Kite calls. We get the 4 of spades on the river.
Potentially very interesting river card.
Assume this is a single raise pot button versus a small blind flat.
10 seconds.
We do go to a time bank.
Another bet coming.
325.
325,000.
Yeah, with that flush coming in, just downsizes a little. Sleep. The front door diamonds have missed. Hands like 9, 10 for the overcards and gut shot.
Doesn't look like we're going to be seeing a
10
raise.
seconds.
Yeah. Maybe a bluff catcher like, I feel like any.
That's a call.
I think it's just an ace-high call.
That's Queen Jack of diamonds. That's a bluff. Kite has King 3. Heroes with a pair of 3s.
Yeah, makes sense.
Nice call.
Makes sense.
Well, that's going to see Kite back over 10 million chips.
10 million chips is some stack at this point.
Yeah, down.
Zhao playing 7 million. Now it's time to run out the hand on the main stage.
Yeah, and I'm going to root a little bit here for Prebz, not just because he's such a nice guy, but he hasn't really had much opportunity to do anything. Been in the booth a couple of hours, hasn't been dealt, had sort of one ace-king shove.
You want to see the best players in the world doing their thing at the highest stakes if you get the chance. Of course, everyone else in the tournament is rooting against Prebz right now.
They're having a little chit-chat.
So Stocken's going to need some help. A king or an 8.
Got the kings of the club. It's just not what you want to see.
By the way, if kings hold here, we are down to 9, and that will necessitate the final redraw of the tournament.
Does feel like a lot of equity, 27%, right? Because you can't even hit backdoor 2 pair. Wow.
No help on the turn. Preben Stocken requires an 8 or a king on the river.
8 of hearts, go on. Give it to him. Everyone else at the table rooting for a brick.
It's a 9 on the river. That's not enough. Preben Stocken is eliminated in 10th place. He cashes for 73,160 euros. It takes us down to the final 9. We're down to 1 table. There will be a redraw, and the 9 remaining players will take new seating assignments on the main stage as we continue to play down to 6 on the penultimate day of this EPT main event.
Yeah, well battled for Prebz. You know, even for someone with such an illustrious career, 70k, not to be sniffed at. Of course, he would have loved to have shredded his stuff under the lights on the final. And another big pot, or at least reasonably sized pot for Grigori, pushes him over the 90 big blinds chip mark, blind mark rather. More chips now than Rogeri will go into this last table as second in chips, I presume.
So we can check very briefly on the stacks of the players who we've been watching at the feature table. Rodan is up over 5 million, as is Rogeri. Marley Sprague hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Govert Metal still short with 15 bigs. 8 minutes still to play at 30-60. We're going to take the break now, and then we'll come back, play out the end of level 27, roll into level 28. Now that we're now down to 9 players, the redraw is about to take place. At this point, I'm going to say thank you to Sam Grafton.
Yes, thank you guys.
And Vincent, you're going to be back after the break.
Looking forward to it, can't wait to sweat it.
Alongside Joe Stapleton and Nick Walsh. So yes, we'll be back in around 20 minutes time. Now, one thing I should highlight is that earlier this year, PokerStars launched an exciting program created for women to learn more about poker. It was the Women's Poker Bootcamp. It was designed to culminate in a special tournament at EPT Cyprus. Our cameras follow the finalists and taking us to the break are the highlights from that event. We'll see you in 20 minutes' time.
Over 200 women applied for the PokerStars X Poker Power online boot camp. 10 of those qualified to come here to EPT Cyprus for the trip of a lifetime and a tournament that saw the winner get a package to the main event in Prague. Yvonne Mai, Rayla Chavan, Catherine Novosad, Katie Hopkins, Drea Renee, Patrice Gordon, Louise Ulrich, Jenny Larson, Laura Lebeil, Inès Lafont, leadership expert, licensing trainer, actress, finance business partner, founder, massage therapist, associate general counsel, content creator, student. I was intimidated by poker generally because I thought it was a male-dominated space. I heard from my friend about Poker Power. They are planning to teach 1 million women how to play poker, and I was like, you know what? There's a safe community. Why not try it? Had never played poker, didn't even know. I knew it was a game of cards, but I took classes through Zoom, 1 hour a week. Each section is broken up into 4 classes. So in the beginner classes, you're really learning about poker, but besides poker, you're learning decision making. You're learning to be resilient. You're learning that there's always another hand ahead. And those skills are what I've really transferred into my day-to-day life. PokerStars bringing everyone out here is so amazing. I still can't believe it. 10 of us here, own rooms, food, everything covered. I mean, it is beautiful.
Didn't quite believe I'd win this trip, but I'm here and it's amazing, and I really feel like a winner regardless of what's going to happen in the actual showdown.
The package is a ticket to the main event for EPT Prague,
and not everyone comes by that kind of money. So if you win that, that's a huge chance to win life-changing money.
We're here and we're all having a great time, and like we're watching all of these big boys play for like 6 million euros. And we're like, where are the rest of the women? We're like, right, we need to come in and we need to get around these tables.
It was quite overwhelming when you walk into the big room and there's all these tables there and there's a lot of people concentrating very hard.
It felt amazing to be in the same room as all those poker pros, and it felt like we were really special.
Oh, I'm actually here and I'm actually participating. Someone pinch me. Once you know how to play certain people because you get to know them, it becomes a little bit of a mind game. And you're trying to put the puzzle pieces together. And once you do that, it's like, you're like, yeah, I got that. And you're like, oh, okay. I just had this moment where I felt so blessed and grateful for this experience. And I still keep pinching myself because I honestly can't believe it.
My company has a fundraiser on Friday night, and it's poker night. And I'm the only female registered, so I am ready to win it.
Can't believe it. Got very clumsy on the practice table a couple of days ago, but today managed to focus on the cards. Pretty exciting at the end. Wow, really enjoyed it. PokerStars have done us proud in terms of the glitz, the glamour they've given us and the trips they've taken us on, and now we get to do that for real in Prague.
Oh, te quiero.
What's it about now, Nick? I missed that one, I'm afraid. Just when you think you've got someone here who can translate him.
I mean, Spanish or German, I could help you out a little bit more, but yeah, that was just my romantic language best guess that I picked out.
And 184 of the final table. Are we going to get to 200? Ooh, queens for Glovny, and he just complete.
He knows what to do. Yes, he's got him. Yep. He's got him. He's guaranteed he's got him.
Yes. Cortolazzi does not change his strategy. He jams on Glovny, who calls all in with the queens.
Ja damy o nas 9 offsuit.
Disaster for the Italian.
Well, hold on. Hold on. He's got an ace.
Oh.
Many people believe there is always an ace on the desk. And Glovny is the at-risk player, and if Cortolazzi does improve here, if he were to spike that ace, this would be over, and the Italian would take down EPT Prague. Glovny needs queens to hold to survive. He's proved to be pretty invincible so far. Is this going to be a massive momentum shift, or is this going to be the winning moment? No ace on the flop. Jack 5-5. Queen's good.
Not a good start for Cortolazzi. Gonna need an ace. No backdoors here. No wheel backdoors. No nothing. Only an ace from space. Only a berry.
87% chance that Glovny doubles up. Make that a 93% chance. Just has to fade Barry Greenstein. Just has to fade the ace on the river. If that happens, we have our champion. 30 million chip pot. The river cards are 10. Glovny doubles up and takes the commanding chip lead. That is a huge, huge momentum shift, and that's a rail.
That's what a rail looks like. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that rail.
You'd love to see it.
You'd love to see it.
That is Grzegorzy's girlfriend, Annette, you see, leading the cheering section there. And he has the huge chip advantage now. It's 30 million place, 5.6 million, 11 bigs for Cortolazzi. Griffin, now he can just open jam, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But I guarantee you every decision Glovny's going to make right now is going to be very, very calculated, just as it has been all tournament. Don't give, your opponent a chance to get back in this. You can see how erratic the Italian has been playing. One double up, another, shove, and suddenly Cortolazzi's going to have the chip lead. Okay. So be careful, pick your spots, and you'll finish them off.
There's a lot of glasses going to waste. We've had 4 consecutive days of squeaky chairs, and now the catering section is suffering a massive shortage.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so just asking him what his chip stack is. He said he thinks it's around 6 mil. Yeah, and he was waiting for him. Absolutely waiting. I can guarantee you that Queens is very rarely a limp at that effective stack depth. But if you know your guy, if you know how erratically they're playing, that's a trap all day long. And look at that result.
Hand 185, and it's 8-4, and he's all in. Cortolazzi shoves with 8-4 of clubs.
He's got it.
Called.
That is a quick call.
Cards on the back. It's King Queen of clubs for Glovny.
Ja król dama suitor. On 8-4 tym samym.
And now it is the PokerStars qualifier who is the 2-1 favorite to win EPT Prague.
But very large live cards here for Cortolazzi. You can see by the percentages, 32% to win this hand. Very, very winnable. I know all of you on the Twitch chat have had experience in a situation like this where you lose, and that's because the odds are this close.
10-7 deuce, king high still ahead. Of course, Cortolazzi does not have a live suit. Glovny, 3-1 favorite.
6 or a 5.
And that will seal the deal on the turn. Cortolazzi drawing dead, and Grzegorz Glovny has taken down EPT Prague for just shy of 700,000 euros.
Yes, that's the rail we're looking for. Listen to that.
Say his name.
A deserving champion played an excellent final table.
Yep.
Actually, grandma of my girlfriend was watching it. He just had the PokerStars TV on and was watching it.
What was it that brought you to poker that made you think, oh, poker, that's something I can do?
My colleague from my hometown showed me this game. It just appeared to me as very attractive.
Yeah, well, a lot of us found poker that way. So you mentioned a colleague, another Polish person, I assume. There have been a few...
Bartek, he was in Prague. He's on the picture.
Oh, very cool. And what about the other Polish EPT champions? Are those players that you look up to?
Yeah, for sure. I was very amazed when I met Dominik Pańka in the lobby. He congratulated me, and it felt very, very good.
I bet it did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And we drink, and we had a drink or two as well with some of Polish regs, so it was very fun.
Yeah,
Cool.
we got the impression at the end that there were going to be a few drinks because you suddenly had this whale of supporters that appeared from nowhere. We get to the end and suddenly there's like 15 people there chanting your name, cheering you on, and it was awesome to have them there, to be there for the winning moment.
Yeah, it was crazy. I was in Prague. I was with my girlfriend and our dog for all the time since 5th of March. I was playing every day, and other guys came in the morning just before the final day started.
And did you have people at home watching the live stream?
Yeah, a lot of them. Actually, grandma of my girlfriend was watching it. He just had the PokerStars TV on and was watching it. Yeah.
Fantastic.
I found that later on.
So when they're at home, and obviously I assume that especially the older generation, maybe do they follow along in English? Do they know the things we're saying about you?
Yeah, for the most part, yes. A lot of young Polish people are speaking English pretty well.
What they're probably thinking and saying is, oh my God, I hate the way they keep butchering this guy's name. It's not the easiest for English people, I'm not going to lie to you.
Sure.
But did you have anyone watching the stream who was giving you information? Obviously, we know it changes the dynamic of how a final table plays out now. And when you go on break, are you getting information about how certain hands were played or what people had in certain situations?
Yeah, just why I took it very easy for the first level of Final 6. I just folded some hands pre-flop, kind of tightish.
Yeah.
I just wanted to find out on the break what is going on.
Talking about fatigue being a factor in poker, we were talking about the Sunday Million Anniversary being a 3-day event. This is a 6-day event, and they're not short days. And you get to that point, you get to that really crucial part where the big money's up for grabs, and you're at your most tired. So it's quite incredible that you can still remain focused and have those objectives.
I mean, I wanted it pretty badly. The toughest guys were gone, and even I ran super cold at some point. I lost many blinds in a row for nothing in just small pots. I just can't be believing that it can go the other way.
It's Mike's button, he's first to speak. 10-7. And he raises, makes it 325,000.
Standard raising hand for heads up on the button.
8-9 suited for Dominic.
Call here would be standard as well.
There's the call.
This is what happens heads up. Ranges are blown wide open like somebody left the gas on too long and then lit the pilot light.
A 10-9-5 flop. Second pair for Panka, top pair for McDonald. Action's been checked to him.
Panka's checking to the razor, but I would imagine he's not folding to one bet.
Well, Mike's C-bet is 350,000.
You can certainly understand him calling here.
Well, those aren't calling chips. Panka check raises to $1 million.
Less understandable. This check raise is mostly only going to fold out worse hands. Probably okay if he knows Mike has a draw, but even then, it's probably better just to call.
Mike calls the raise. And we go to the turn, which is the 6 of diamonds. Both players now with straight draws. Mike's still ahead, an 89% favorite.
Once Dominic raises the flop, he probably feels as if he needs to continue here. Kind of like when you tell your partner a lie and then you get called on it, but you gotta stick with it.
That's a bet of 1.4 million.
And like most suspicious partners, Mike is not falling for it.
McDonald calls. 5.5 million in the pot. The river is an 8. That gives Mike a straight. It gives Panka 2 pair.
That card hits Panka, but in his mind, it could have hit Mike even harder.
Panka checks.
Mike should be value betting this.
He checks behind.
Interesting check back. Maybe just wants to see Panka's hand, catch him, make him admit the truth.
And that will bring about a change in the chip lead. Mike McDonald now has the lead with 16.4 million. Mike has picked up pocket 8s on the button. He raises to 400k. 10-7 offsuit for Panka in the big blind.
Again, this would be a very common hand to call and defend the big blind with.
Panka, not a fan of this calling business. He raises. It's a 3-bet to 1.2 million.
Ambitious 3-bet. Don't think it's gonna get a fold. If they were shorter, Mike might shove, but they're still deeper than a Lars von Trier film.
Mike calls. He doesn't have the betting lead, but he has the best hand and he's in position. And he flops quads.
Dominic Panka, about to fire dead like a zombie Alan Sugar.
Oh, that is an image I need to remove from my brain.
Did you say brains?
Panka continues for 900,000.
I'd say this is a dream spot for Mike McDonald, but most of us don't even have dreams this good. I'm banking on a smooth call from a smooth operator.
Sure enough, just a call. Better part of 4.3 million in the pot. 4 of diamonds on the turn gives Panka a no-good flush draw. He now slows down, he checks.
Maybe Panka's giving up. I don't mind it in general, and I love it here. With this board texture and Mike calling the flop, he's gonna be pretty strong most of the time.
Mike bets 1.8 million. And gets a fold.
Show the quads. Come on, show it. It's good for the game. Good for the game. All right, fine, don't.
Mike McDonald now has more than a 2-1 chip lead over Dominic Panka.
Panka starting to tanka.
It's his button. And the Polish qualifier looks down at pocket 9s. Should point out that Mike also won his seat online. In fact, he was the first player to qualify for this year's PCA main event. King Jack in the big blind, facing a raise to 400,000. Mike responds with a 3-bet.
Dicey 3-bet with stack sizes. If Mike gets shoved on, he's rarely in good shape.
He does get shoved on.
Maybe he was 3-betting to induce a light shove? Call.
Mike calls! It's a race, and if Mike wins this flip, he'll win the PCA main event and become the first player with 2 EPT titles.
Good luck. Good luck.
King Jack runs down 9s. It is over.
9s holding on the flop.
Cringy flop for King Jack.
Panka the big favorite now.
That would finally be true.
We know Panka runs real good in races. He flips like a Romanian gymnast.
Mike McDonald has 6 outs.
King for the sweat.
If it's a king or a jack on the river, McDonald has done the double. It's a deuce. Panka doubles up and takes the chip lead.
And it starts all over again.
So close, yet so far. Right now, Dominic Panka has a big chip lead over Mike McDonald. He's first to speak. He has ace-deuce.
Pretty good hand, heads up.
Here comes the raise.
Raise it.
$500,000. Mike has 7-4 suited.
Definitely a hand he can call with, even though he's short. He can most certainly see a flop with this hand if he likes.
All in.
McDonald shoves!
Or he can see all 5 cards, maybe.
countries, but
I think this would actually be a loose call, given what Mike's shoving range should be. His range is mostly better aces and pairs. Ace-2's not doing well against those hands.
call. Call.
Panker calls!
Sorry, I didn't mean to slow down.
Pardon me?
Didn't mean to slow
No,
down.
no, that's perfectly fine.
This could be it. It's pretty much a flip. And if Panker wins, he is the 2014 PCA champion.
Come on, you better be a lucky dealer.
Technically, it'll be lucky for someone.
Jack 5 deuce. Panker now a 3-1 favorite.
Big whip for Mikey. Lump in throat time.
McDonald looking for a 7 or a 4. There's a 7!
7 of hearts.
Well played.
No joking. Do something even.
Play on, players.
Do something even.
Mike set for a double up unless the river card is an ace or a deuce.
Deuce.
It's an ace! Dominic Panker is the first ever Polish winner on the tour.
Congrats, Dominic, but I am just gutted for Mike McDonald.
And Panker now #1 on Poland's all-time money list.
Really sick start to this kid's career. Handled himself like he's been there dozens of times before. Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Live from Prague, in the heart of the Czech capital, at the Hilton inside King's Casino. Live coverage of Day 5 continues. I'm Uncle Daddy. I am Joe Stapleton. Joining me here in the booth is Nicholas Michael Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me.
And good friend of one of the final 9, Fintan Hand.
Hello. I'm actually good friends with 2. Morgan O'Neill. Good lad. Really, really good lad. It's the most excited I've ever been for a final table, and I am not exaggerating.
2 of the final 9. Fantastic. We have reached the final 9 in this event. You can see those players gathered around the table. Very exciting times. But we have a little bit of content before we get to that. We showed you guys before the break highlights from the PokerStars Women's Boot Camp Showdown. That happened at EPT Cyprus. Did you guys know about this? So the winner, Louise, she got herself a package to EPT Prague, but she declined it.
What?
Declined the package.
Yeah, she busted it up.
She busted it up. Now, I'm not going to give away too much, because we're going to show you what happened. The players bonded so well at EPT Cyprus that a few of them decided to come and support her here and hopefully play a little poker too. Here's what happened.
So, Cyprus was excellent. 10 ladies got on very well. We've had an amazing tournament. I was lucky enough to win.
We were high about how amazing it felt, and we were just like, do you know what, this isn't over, let's all go to Prague and let's just support Louise. She was like, why don't I ask PokerStars to just like use my buy-in and support all of you girls to come to Prague with me? We were just like, what? That's incredible.
So we managed to reconfigure the prize so that rather than just me entering into the main event, whoever wanted to could enter into the women's event.
I was pro chess player at some point, and I was saying that actually walking in today into this room, it felt like the times when I've gone to play for England, and I was walking in, it's that intense feeling and the pressure, and I was like, whoa, this is actually like, you know, it feels like that sort of level. We're playing poker together, but we've been training, we've been supporting each other. Poker definitely brought us together. We just like have this like amazing bond now suddenly.
At the beginning of the year, I'd never have thought I'd see myself playing in a proper event in Prague. I think what surprised me was none of us were outclassed. You know, we played solid poker and we didn't last the whole course, but we did really good. Yeah, we definitely got the bug. We've come on this journey together. We made some good friendships. We've had a good time at this tournament, and it really feels like it's just the start.
In a way, EPT Cyprus kind of was just the start. They got to what was supposed to be a trip for one to Prague turned into a trip for many.
That's one of the sweetest things I've ever heard, by the way.
It's cool, right? Absolutely happy to share that story with y'all. Now it's time for the story of these 9 players. The unofficial final table here at EPT Prague 2023. We'll start at the bottom. Govert Metal. is the shortest stack. 2 players with fewer than 20 big blinds. Wagner and Sprague bunched in the middle, and then pretty deep from there on out. Having 82 big blinds at a final table and being only 5th in chips is not common, I would say.
Not at all.
Ruggieri, Rodin, Zhao, all with what, again, would normally be the absolute chip lead at most final tables. Yet somehow this is so deep that the actual chip leader, Jonathan Kite, has over 10 million in chips, good for 167 big blinds. I really don't know what to say about how deep this table is right now.
I think it's amazing. I think it's a testament to the structure. Of course, at some point, something's going to give. The stacks are going to start getting a little bit shallower at some point, but it's an EPT final table with €1 million for first prize. Every player guaranteed €95,000. You should have chips. You should be able to play poker. It shouldn't be push or fold. So I'm really, really excited to see it unfold. Given what I've seen in the last level and the last couple today, I think it's going to be pretty naughty.
And I think based on what you just said there, Finton, as we take a look at those payouts, that slowdown where something's got to give, very likely to be happening now, where ICM is going to play an even bigger factor than it has for the rest of this tournament now that we're down to 1 table.
The thing is, whilst there is short stacks, there's not someone completely isolated.
Right.
It's not like we have a 2, 3, 4, 5 big blind stack. And given some of the players with all of those chips, they're going to be opening super wide, which is going to force the people with 15, 16, 17 big blinds to just pull the trigger here and there. And who knows? We might see some coolers. We might not. But I don't think it's going to be super slow. I don't think we're set up in a way where it's going to be incredibly slow. But I could be wrong, because it's a huge amount of money.
All final tables are different, right? There's no 2 that end up with the same dynamic. Obviously, different people. Most of the tables we have covered in recent memory have ground to a halt right around this time. But I do think that this one is different, the way you described, Finton. So it will be interesting to see if it does play a little bit looser than usual. O'Neill starting things off here, ace-9 of diamonds. Ruggieri makes the call with king-queen offsuit.
I know I've got to be impartial. I am aware.
I don't think you have to be impartial.
I'm gonna try my best. But let me tell you right now, if Marty Sprague starts running up a stack, there might be a few screams coming from the commentary booth. I'm absolutely buzzing for her. I'm so proud of her. She's been working hard, traveling to all the stops. Now she's on the final table of an EPT. Almost guaranteed 6 figures. 6 figures if we convert it into US American dollars.
120?
Has to be.
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. 95,000 euros, probably just over.
Okay, cool.
6 figures US.
Yeah.
Absolutely huge spot. If you guys missed the action yesterday, some really, really awesome hands. Lots of great coverage. In particular, one I will never forget. Marley aces versus kings versus ace king. What an unbelievable treble spot.
This is a huge flop straight off the bat.
Correct. We already have a 3-way flop. Every player catching some portion of this. And it checks around. 5 on the turn is one of the more boring cards we could have seen. The first level of today also was pretty bonkers.
Yeah, I managed to catch a little bit back in the room. Obviously, excellent coverage.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you
Thank you so much.
Finton and Sam as well. Honestly, some of the analysis there was really, really great stuff. Great to hear you guys talk about the game.
I think it's very reasonable for Borg to want to bet this turn. Not a spot, given that there's multiple players involved, that you really want to be betting too large, too often. But with ace-9, without the flush draw, very probably natural check. With the flush draw, we can get called by some worse hands, get called by some 9-10 suiteds, some worse diamonds.
And we can juice the pot for when we hit.
It's always a good strategy. If you know you're going to hit the diamonds,
Yeah.
you should never check Joe. Unless Rodan is thinking of getting real naughty here. It just has to go in the bin.
It does, in fact, go in the bin, which means we are going to go to the turn. Oh, no.
The 6-4, of course, would have won, Joe. And I know that hurts you.
Can I have those back, please? Can I just get those? They're right there. I know which two. I'll just whisper.
Joe, what did you do with that foam brick, by the way?
Yeah, this is pretty bricky. Assuming.
Hours of endless fun and pranks.
I think it's pretty reasonable. Obviously, we can see in this case that Ruggieri has the king-queen and has checked back top pair on the flop. But given the kings that he's likely to call in the hijack versus +2, it's not super likely that he checked the flop too many times. Wow, he's going to find a raise. It's going to be a really annoying spot.
Wow. Do you think that smaller size is kind of what incentivized the raise on the river?
Yeah, for sure. But it's just annoying. But when you think about, like, how does your opponent find bluffs here that call the turn? Yeah, of course he bet small, but they had to have flatted pre, found a check with like a jack-10 or whatever. It's just super annoying. I'm not sure if you want to reopen the action for only 575. Like, I would personally just prefer probably bet the flop. Just an annoying spot.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Occasionally, you know, finding these flop checks just sort of complicates streets as we get to turn and river sometimes. But under these circumstances, obviously worked in his favor. See if he can get paid off.
So the way I would think about this if I was Pork, obviously he's a really, really good player, and he will
Quite impressive, yeah.
He'll know what's going on, but right, he's probably going to take a similar size with jacks, queens, and tens, and those hands, of course, do block like a jack-10, queen-jack that's turned into a bluff, but they also block the king-queens and the king-jacks that are going to raise thinly on this river. So I think I prefer call those hands, because I don't think people just have jack-10 and check-back flop, call river, raise small, personally. But we'll see. All right, let's go. Frustrating one. Super, super frustrating one, but obviously a pretty small pot in the grand scheme of things.
Curiosity got a little bit better of O'Neill there.
Yeah, it's a really annoying spot, because the hands that are being represented with this river raise are hands that you would mostly expect to bet the flop.
Yeah, right.
So it's just, I don't fault the call. It's just a little bit annoying.
Yeah. That unconventional line pays him off. Umberto Ruggieri there, 6.5 million, 109 bigs.
Umberto was 4-betting 10 deuce on the last level. So if someone's going to find a funky little raise on the river, it could very well be him. And I'm sure at this point that message was relayed that, you know, a little bit of spiciness going on the on the feature table while Porg was on the second feature table.
Can you stack in 20s? More. Yeah, can you stack it in 20s?
I
know it's more.
I know. You start with 20 blinds?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, my Italian is not so good.
And my English better.
Aw, so sweet.
Yeah, big fan of Jan Kite as well. Love seeing this guy succeed. Obviously chip leading this tournament as well.
The hand. Not that he got all the chips.
Yeah, right. Jack 8. For Govert. Didn't play it this time. Action folds around to the blinds. Rodin in the small. King 5. And that is a complete. Zhao with 6 straight suited. Taps the table. We're gonna see 3. Oh, that seems like a fun flop for these two hands. 8, 7, 5, pair of 5s for Rodin. Straight draw for Zhao.
Very standard that we're just not going to be folding a pair here. Don't think we'd be very incentivized to raise at all. Just see a turn card.
Just out of interest, Finty, how do you feel about just leading this flop versus check calling this flop? Like, what's your consideration on this particular texture? I think a lot of people struggle with that.
I think on this board, versus a player who covers you, you got to be pretty respectful. Like, it's very hard to to put a lot of chips in on a7-5 out of position.
Right.
So in a situation where you're against a solid player, you guys are playing 60, 70 big blinds deep, like what hands can you put a lot of chips in by the river on a board that's going to change drastically?
Right.
So this is a board that I personally in this stack setup would just play super passively.
Yeah.
Like I'm not going to start trying to bang in lots of chips even if I limped with like 10s.
Right.
You know, you got to be pretty respectful here. The turn is going to change the nuts quite a lot. It's going to change the best hand a lot. And when that's the case against a player who covers you, like, because you can't just start betting like 2x pot or something. It's crazy, right? So like when you're betting 2, 3 big blinds, you can't really force the issue too much.
Yeah, and I think the interesting takeaway from that as well is, you know,
You also can't check 6 high on the river, I don't think. But these guys can do what they want. They're on a final table EPT. I fired 2 bullets and I played about 20 hands.
I think the interesting thing about that as well, of course, is, you know, when you're playing lower stakes, you can fire and people will just give up way too often in position, right? Whereas when you get to the higher stakes, when people float you, you got to have an answer and a plan for later streets, and that's why that board is a real tricky one, especially when you kind of got showdown. That's
just generally, as a rule, on these final tables, like being out of position against people that cover you, it's super, super hard to be overly aggressive. Right? Like when you're 100 big blinds deep, like you can't push them around. It's so tough. And you're going to build big pots out of position and just be playing for massive amounts of money. It's very tough to navigate. It's why like the table draw can be incredibly important.
Action here starting on Port O'Neill, who folds. John Kite, the chip leader, is out. Govert. King 4 off. Not going to play. Marley Spragg, a.k.a. Spraggy. Has the Jack of Hearts. And another card that I believe is going to engage her chips.
Kind of interesting. Is Marl's considering open shoving?
It must be one of the things she's thinking about. Oh, eventually folded.
It seems like it might have been a close fight. It's just interesting because Miles is, you know, she's acted reasonably quickly a lot of the time. And it seems like that was a close one. This is a disrespectful open. Just flat out disrespectful. Look, I love it. And I could be inclined to want to do it. But this is pretty wide. It's like a good blackjack hand, though, right? Like, you double down on 11. So, like, maybe that's what's going on, Joe.
Casino's a casino. Zhao gets out of the way. Blinds have gone up, by the way. They're now 40,000 to 80,000 with an 80,000 big blind ante.
Yeah, obviously raising into one of the chip leaders and now one of the shorter stacks.
Yeah, maybe he's feeling it. He won a lot of pots pre-final table. Played some very nice hands. Had a really big pot against Metal where he made 2 pair on the river. And maybe he just wants to be table captain.
This is just a flat from Wagner.
If you know your opponent's opening 6-5, it becomes a very easy re-raise. But these guys have not been playing with each other. Maybe he hasn't got anyone that was relaying the hands. It's the first time we've seen something like this, so maybe just doesn't feel comfortable.
Okay, well, Finty, how much more passive does he need to be here when there's a 12 and 11 big blind stack still at the table? Does that make that much of a difference? Is that discrepancy enough for him to really slow it down?
It's definitely something he needs to consider. The A6 off, honestly, might even be a hand where he could 3-bet fold. It's obviously a little bit, it looks a little bit awkward at like 18, 19 big blinds, but it's not the most fun to shove in if you don't know much about your opponent.
Rodin continuing here with just a gut shot. Wagner with top pair. And probably expected a C-bet here pretty often.
Obviously, we're going to be continuing here. He's elected to call, and my guess is, without seeing the cards, that once Wagner calls here, he's going to the bitter end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Deuce of clubs on the turn is a double gutter now for Rodin.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously we were debating whether or not A6 might have just been a jam versus open, so I wonder if Rodin's thinking a lot of these Ace-X combos might have been played as a shove, therefore he's probably a few less combos in that direction.
I think we're going to see a double barrel here a lot.
I would be very tempted to double barrel here with the 6-5.
Yeah, definitely mandatory. It depends what size he goes for. I don't think you want to see shoves, but he
Right.
might just feel like, oh, I've picked up a double gutter, I can put on max pressure.
I don't think you have to go super big to apply kind of. the
No, I
pressure that's
completely agree.
required,
I
yeah.
would never shove. But
Right.
sometimes people, you know, they want to put max pressure on, whereas this way, like, they actually get some call folds out of an 8 or whatever. I don't think Wagner has any incentive to shove. Like, I think just calling here is what you want to do. Like, what do you get called by? This board's pretty locked down. It's not like it's a 10 high board and you've got top pair. You can have your opponent drawing dead a lot here with something like 9-7, 9-10. That's just going to bang it off.
Sure.
So just calling here does seem like the play to me.
Yeah, plenty invested. I mean, if your opponent backdoors something at this point, you just kind of
Mate,
like.
if I've got
right?
A6 here, I would put in an active performance hoping they're going to shove the river.
Exactly.
Like, I'm like, please put it in.
Yeah.
I know it's easy to say when you have 6-5.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. I think you're absolutely right. So another overcard to the 8 and the 4, which I imagine Rodin's probably going to give a fair few to Wagner here. So
I think that Rodin has no choice with his particular hand, but it's a spot it's super easy to get out of line. Like, once you start opening 6-5 on the button, and then you get to the river in these spots, you're going to have so many bluffs. But when you've got 6 high with a club, I don't think that you have a choice. Like, he just has to pull the trigger.
I'm with you 100%. I think I find myself doing exactly this. Maybe not opening the 6-5 in the first place, but I actually like it, though. I kind of appreciate that from one of our bigger stacks here.
There's the all-in. Wagner's tournament life being put to the test.
I mean, presumably this is what he wanted, really. I'm with Finton on this. It's just, I don't see how you're ever getting away.
The club makes it a small bit less fun.
Yeah, like, you don't want to snap here and just feel like you haven't given it any thought whatsoever, but... Oh, man.
It also rewinds back to whether these players have played at all, because against some players, it's not going to be enjoyable to call.
Yeah.
When we're sitting there seeing the 6-5, feels pretty straightforward. But when people trip it off in live poker, for hundreds of thousands of euro with 7 figures up top, they mostly have it. I think in this situation, though, after you flat pre, you don't check raise flop, like, yeah, you'll have 8-9, you might have 8x of clubs occasionally, 4x of clubs, but, like, you're probably going to have to call. But, like, I don't know. It's easier said than done when you're looking at the cards and it's cards up.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's good poker on both sides, but your hand is so under-repped as well, obviously, and easy to just look at the cards up and go, oh, this is an easy call. There it is, anyway.
Nice call by Wagner. Gonna double up. It's okay, Concernicus, you won.
Nice hand, sir.
Yeah,
it's
nice hand.
like I said, it's easy for us looking at the cards.
Yep.
But, like, I mean, if he has ace-10 with the 10 of clubs, he's also going to just bang it in and you're going to be out, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe ace-10 without.
Adam Wagner, over 3 million in chips now. Not exactly good news for Vincent Melli and Govert Matal.
All one club hands. And it's not covered. Yeah.
Marley's third from the bottom with 20 big blinds.
700 how much? 6 isn't that bad.
Sweaty spot for sure, but does find the call.
Yeah.
Take a look at the chip counts here. Kite is still up top.
So I give
That
you
puts
40.
Wagner in the 6th spot, final 9. 3.1
Okay, this
million.
is-
Matal, our shortest stack. 11 big blinds, staying alive.
Speaking of Marley, Fenton, what? I know you're closer friends than I am. What sort of work has she been putting in as a poker student?
She's honestly been probably working harder than most of the guys that I'm good friends with. She has been extremely keen to have a breakthrough score. There was a few tricky spots for her at UK EPTs and EPTs where very, very close to just cashes and some deep runs. Had a kind of unfortunate one last year, deep in the Irish Open, and you know, that happens in live poker. It's a very small sample, so
Sure.
she's been getting some help off Parker. I know that those two have been working reasonably
What a
closely.
resource to have.
Yeah, I mean, Parker is one of the best players in the game. One of, like, you know, exceptionally good player, very good teacher. and she's been in the lab a lot. And it's easy to say that now that she's had the kind of the breakthrough, so to speak, a little bit. But I think she deserves it, you know. She's been working hard, she's been showing up. And honestly, I'm rooting for her so hard. There's not many more people that I would like to see have a massive score than Marley.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's very annoying, but it does seem like the players that study
I know, yeah.
and work hard
It's crazy.
do
That, isn't it?
find
It's so crazy.
more success than they were finding
frustrating.
before. It's super annoying.
160.
This is interesting. So, generally, what you will see happen is that I touched on it a little bit before. When you are the shorter stack and you are out of position against a player who covers you, you generally will play reasonably passive, which means that in these spots, you might want to do a lot of calling. Now, this is a little bit deeper, so maybe it changes it ever so slightly, but as a default, if I'm Wagner, I'm mostly respecting the stack sizes that we've got going on here. We're in the middle of the pack. Got a player who's going to be tricky to play against and covers us. I don't particularly want to inflate the pot too often. Well, maybe he has some hands like this, like the kind of stronger King X suited. He's probably maybe not doing it with offsuit hands, you know.
O'Neill has flopped a pair of nines.
It's also a board where we gotta be kind of careful on. Like, King 8 is not loving life on this board.
Yeah, this might just be a one and done scenario, Finty. Just let's see if he's got 4 or 5 of clubs or something. Just get him off on the flop potentially. Oh, king on the turn makes things a lot easier.
That changes everything.
It's a very annoying turn card for O'Neill.
Oh wow,
Now
slows it down.
Lays up.
This is the problem with being out of position, all right? You turn your top pair and it's like, oh, I can't keep putting chips in here.
Check, check. 6 of diamonds on the river.
I would be very, very, very comfortable with my top pair now.
Yeah, and I would probably go polarizing as hell now because you've missed that turn bet.
Yeah, it depends how he plays his strongest hands, how big he can go on this river on the turn, right? Like if he doesn't check any strong hands, he goes, oh, this is a frustrating one back to back for poor O'Neill. It's just he's had that hand with the ace-9. He's got ace-9 again in a spot where it's just really. I would probably call this one.
Well, it's only the 300K, so it's a pretty sick
the board fold?
scenario. It looks like he folded.
Nice hand, nice hand.
I don't know. I feel you, Finty, but also I just feel like that size is never a bluff. So I don't know. Maybe I got that one wrong. Maybe I need more bluffs in that size. But
the thing about it is, right? You can say maybe it's not a bluff very often, right?
Yeah.
But if someone bets 25%, 30% of the pot on the you gotta call some hands.
Yeah,
you know,
you do.
you can't just fold everything. But it's a very disciplined fold. It's a very good fold, and it's nice for Pork that it doesn't go back to back frustrating calls with these kind of like milkers, you know. It's been a pretty action-packed start to this final table, hasn't it?
Oh, I mean, look,
We've got post flop every hand, have we?
having you guys here to be able to break it down like that and take what would look like a fairly straightforward, simple hand and actually get into the meat of it.
I enjoyed it. Metal's going to be wagering all of those betting discs.
yeah, Mattel's been very, very, very patient last couple days. Hello?
Not quite all in. Just a 2-point something X raise.
Wow.
And,
wow.
Huh. Run smack dab into the next best hand.
All right, 50. So obviously raising off an 11 big blind stack from UTG +1. A little bit weird. With the ICM considerations final table, is there any benefit to having some of this just in case it goes raise, 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet behind you and you can just let it go and find an immediate pay jump?
I think so. I would probably min-raise if I was going to do it, and I'm not sure if 10s would be the hand that I would do it.
Okay.
I might be a little bit more nutted and then shove a little bit more of this, but if it goes all in here and someone calls,
Yeah.
you can full tens.
Right, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
And you look like a genius. And Metal's cash 15 EP. Oh,
Oh my
my
days!
goodness.
I set it up and everything. Look at that. He looks like a genius. And
Good.
Kite is sun
Kite's-
running.
No, but
Lord.
Kite's having a little grin because
He's
looking at Metal's raise. It's like the hands that Metal now gets it in with. You're not loving life with queens.
You're really hoping for a fold, is what you're saying.
Queens are going to be too strong, though.
No,
Yeah.
I mean the 10s.
No,
You're really
of
hoping-
course,
yeah.
of course.
In the spot where the 10s are, when you get snap called, you're like, gulp.
Yeah, the exact scenario that I was sort of pitching there. Prediction, if you will, Joe. Actually comes into place. Oh,
So-
Can you save me?
Yeah.
Wow. Knows exactly where he's at. Ditches the 10s. Unfortunately, what Melly was trying to do to Metal, Kite is doing to Melly.
That's a fantastic getaway.
Look, John Kite, man, is absolutely sun running. Can he hold and continue the sun run?
Smelly. More like smelly, because this stinks.
You know what? We missed you so much in the last level. There was a few setups, and we just couldn't get there. Me and Sam tried, and James told us never to
I
attempt
heard
it again.
James yelling at you, yeah.
He saved you. Not
All
me.
right, here we go.
Yep.
7-9 tray.
8.
Not a lot of life for Jax. Turn. King ball. Melly needs a 2-outer. Or Jonathan Kite is going to claim another victim deep in this tournament. Is it a jack? It is not. Au revoir, Monsieur Melly.
Yeah, it looks disappointed, of course. 9th place finish. So close yet so far. $95,000 going his way, though. In fact, euros even better.
Vincent Melly out in 9th.
Which means that every player is guaranteed 123,000 euro. Which means we're all 6-figure winners on this final table now.
We sure are, and Jonathan Kite adds to his chip lead. 11.2 million. Cheng Zhao in second with 6.8.
Maybe
The biggest score ever achieved in the Sprague household is officially being broken, which means I reckon we see the shackles come off and Miles is about to start putting on a clinic.
Do you think that's a benchmark for her, that she was waiting to
Absolutely.
reach that?
Oh, everybody.
Absolutely.
Everybody in the world was, Joe. Everybody in the world.
All right, well, let's see if she opens things up a little
No,
bit.
of course I'm only joking. Miles is not going to be given, not because Miles won, but like given the stacks. Now, the
one photo of everyone and then
9 big blind stack, and Miles kind of cut adrift at the bottom as then everyone gets to 40 plus. Miles is unfortunately for her going to be pretty handcuffed.
Time to look forward to the next ladder, too, by the way. We know everyone's guaranteed 6 figures now. That's 123,000. But the next ladder is another 37,000 euros. We're talking like 11th place money between 8th and 7th.
So we see Wagner raising in the cutoff with his newfound wealth. O'Neill with a pretty standard call, I think, on the button. Like, they're still pretty deep here. You want to be seeing some flops, especially if the players behind you are not going to be overly punishing you. It's looking up for Pork. That's a much better flop.
Flop and
If
sets.
he loses from here, we're going to have an inquest.
The 7th is coming.
Was that one of the German guys on the table who just said that?
Top set. Above average flop, as Marley would say.
What I find interesting is he has found a check here. I thought generally what you do see once you get into these ICM situations is there's a little bit less slow playing, even with a hand as nutted as this. But when I look at this board, it's like if you're going to find a check, it's up there. But you usually want to drive chips in because it's just so beneficial if you can manage to get it all in. Obviously, utterly heartbreaking. Like, you die inside. Like, you're like, please, just have anything. Please, just raise me.
I don't know if it's... I mean, look, maybe it's heartbreaking for a player as good as O'Neal. All I want in any hand is for it to be easy.
Really?
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, thank God, an easy
so, like,
one.
it comes out ace, ace, deuce, you got aces, and you're just like, please hold.
No, I mean, I'm
That's
not
easy.
I'm saying it's easy to play it. Like, I don't have to... I'll never be in a spot in that hand. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not rooting for easy folds. I'm rooting for, like, to not have to make a decision.
Okay.
If he flops quads, he can't mess
I
it
just
up.
want to slam dunk value bet all the time.
I love that, honestly. I wish I thought like that. I'd probably be so much richer if I just tried to value bet more and didn't bluff.
When I have king, queen suited, and it comes a king and two of my suit, and I'm just like, oh, thank you. Thanks, I can't make a mistake here. I just can't do anything wrong. If I go broke here, I'm supposed to go broke. Those are the spots I'm looking for. Action's folded around to Cheng Zhao. This fella, by the way, was real fun to watch once he gets going. He's been relatively quiet today. I'm not sure how much feature table time he's had, but...
I've not got to see him. They flashed over to the secondary table a few times, and he was having a couple of bluffs here and there.
Yeah, he's tough. He is really tough. And he has gotten nothing but folds up until Matal in the big blind with king 7 off.
It's a really, really annoying spot.
Yeah.
I think as significant short stacks, I probably would call, but not be happy about it.
It's awkward.
Story checks out so far. That was a call, and he doesn't look that happy about it.
Yeah, Natal having just the 6 big blinds behind now, already 440K in the middle, almost pot behind.
No pairs for nobody. Advantage Zhao, despite having a slightly worse hand. And this is a player who does not make things easy. C-bet and take it.
Natal down to 6 big blinds. At the start of the final tables, I think the shortest stack was about 15, 16 big blinds, and I was saying I don't think it will restrict us too much. And we'll see quite a lot of reshoving from those stacks. But now, with Natal being this short, Marls in particular just has to outlast them. Of course, if she gets an incredible cooler, that is what it is. But Marls can't be getting too fancy. Doesn't want to be sucked down to around the same stack size. Just wants a nice clean ladder, and then the shackles will be released somewhat and start taking some shoves versus the large stack. So this is where it can be a little bit tight.
I see a lot of raise folding from players that are in Marley's position at final tables like this, especially once the chip leader is like, oh, wait, I can just re-raise you here. And I just wonder why so many people still attempt those opens instead of just, is it because it looks bad on stream?
No.
To fold King Jack suited?
No. So the thing is, if you're going to want to raise, with your good hands, which of course you do, say you've got aces, kings, you don't want to just shove 18 big blinds, right? You do have to have hands that offset that, or else you become too easy to play against.
Okay, all right.
And on top of that, it's not so easy for people to go after you. Like, they can put you in tough spots, but like, not everyone who plays an EPT is going to be looking to put the person in a tough spot with 18 big blinds. This one's a little bit annoying for Marls because Kaite is opening more than anybody. She has a suited ace, but there is the 5 big blind stack.
So what do you do, defend and then fold if you don't flop the nuts?
This one, I'm not even 100% sure. This is the toughest spot that I've seen Marls have so far because it's very, very tempting to just shove here. And honestly, if Marls shoved here, I would not in any way criticize her because Kaite is going to have a lot of raised folds, going to do reasonably well. This is a tough spot. This is...
Okay.
Marls outside the call, given... But this is... Say Natal has 14 big blinds. Marley shoves this every single time.
Oh boy.
Marl's honestly would have nearly preferred just be dealt a 3 off. She's like, I don't want to deal with this.
That's what I mean. I just
want
want
to
it to
lock
be
up my
easy.
37K more.
Exactly. Anyway, Marley flops the nut flush draw and gets a free card. Does not spike an ace or a diamond. Action on Kite after being checked for the second time. And Kite checks back. He's definitely a little concerned about what Marley might have.
It's also with 6s on 10-8-4. You don't want to bet fold, and Marley might have hands like Jack-9, combo draws that are going to like shove it in your face, and it's just really, really sad to bet fold. So it's one of the hands that on this board you might see the most checks. He's going to be mostly just betting that board as chip leader, but Marl gets out of dodge. Doesn't show a free flop, would have got called. Doesn't see a bet and get it on the flop and miss her flush draw, so
Maybe I will more.
got to be feeling pretty good about that.
Maybe I also.
It's today Chat Pro Saturday, it is, right?
Depends on what mood Marley is in.
I might disallow Chat Pro Saturday now that we're at the final table.
What mood is
Official
she in
final
today?
table.
Oh! I didn't even realize it was the official final table.
Correct.
Did they not do like a little like fireworks show or anything?
They do it at 9 now.
Okay, sorry.
During that break. I don't know. Do I really want just to Karen? Oh, of course it's Karen on YouTube who said very badly played.
Honestly, I'm gonna have to go against the chat pros. I don't care about your Saturday rule. I'm not here enough. I'll fight every
That's
single
why I'm just
one of
gonna,
them.
we'll just do no Chat Pro Saturday. It's over. Final table.
I'll go
Official
to
final
war
table.
for Marl.
It's officially the end. Sorry, it was a Chat Pro Saturday. And this time, Kite facing pocket 6s.
So these are the 2 chip leaders, right?
They were also going back and forth a lot on the secondary feature table. They played many, many pots together.
Yeah, this should be fun.
Putting in the 3 bets, 520K. That was a big squeak.
Yeah, that was a top 5 probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, back to Zhao.
These guys are about 86 big blinds effective after Zhao puts in the raise. That's a lot of big blinds to win if you flop a set, Finty.
Yeah, so I'll be honest. Most of the spots I've studied when it comes to final tables, I don't have 90 big blinds. Generally, you're
I
not
don't know how to play this.
Generally, you're very against the idea of playing large pots out of position against the one player who covers you.
Right.
But as you get this deep,
Yeah, 86
you
big
flop a
blinds.
little set.
Yeah.
But then what happens if you get set over set, Nick?
Yeah. No, I'm with you, and I bring up the question because honestly, it is really interesting how much things changed on the final. But regardless, John Kite, 149 big blinds, 11.9 million at chips. Yeah, final table play. Just on that point though, Finty. Obviously, when you start out in poker, you start a little bit pre-flop, then you go a little bit post-flop, then you realize things change for ICM. What's your method for studying, more ICM-oriented spots and also sort of stuff that, that's sort of more final table-oriented? Do you look at like chip EV and then you go from that and you check what the ICM might say? You try and find spots that are close, or?
No, if I'm studying final table spots, the way I would generally look to do it is, say, the Titans that's on every Sunday.
Yep.
They'll have that as a replay. And I will just watch it and see what the top guys are up to.
Sure.
And if they do something that, A, deviates very far from what I think would have been done,
right,
is I'll just look it up and I'll see, like, are these guys just, maybe playing differently? Because, like, there's all sorts of arguments from some of the top guys about the ICM model, blah, blah, blah. I don't need to go too technical into that stuff. But if they do something that I'd never do, I'm like, look it up. And if they do it, I'm like, I try and work out why. And then if I can't work it out on my own, I'll just ask, like, Parker. I'll ask Connor, potentially, or someone along those lines.
Sure.
But you just run some of the more interesting hands that go on at those stakes, or you mark your own hands. But yeah, I wouldn't really consider like chips at this point.
Yeah, right.
At all.
No, that's really interesting. That's actually a really, really top tip out there, guys. Don't forget there's a lot of information available in those replays. And as you say, if you're going, yeah, that's what I would do. He did it. Yeah, top pro does this. Yeah, that's what I would do. Yeah, matchy match. If not, going to give it a look. That's it's a really good one.
Blind on blind, headed to the flop here. We tried to get Rodin's other card, maybe broken. Shout out, shout out, shout out. Ask, what's the requirements for becoming a chat pro? You just did it. You're in. Congratulations.
Can you chat? You're a pro now.
Rodin has bet 80,000.
Oh, I should leave it all the time? Okay, because previously they told us like 2-3 seconds.
Connected. Sometimes it does.
2-3 seconds and you can do it.
He's saying, get off my back, I did it.
No, that was fine.
Shao makes the call with the gut shot.
Reverse it, yeah.
Possibly 2 live pairs.
Doesn't pick it up.
Yeah, but
Sometimes you have to do it again.
yeah. No problem.
Ace of hearts. Is it another heart under there?
I would love to know what the other card is. Joe, can you run down and check? We just ask him.
Do you think I have the ability to go back in time?
Honestly, I would believe in you.
You were wearing this blue jumper all along.
I was.
I didn't go back in time and change it.
275.
It's a pretty fun hand. Zhao has a deuce that would give him a straight. Has a 6 that would give him a straight.
Thank you, the double getter now.
I mean, it looks like the deck had trouble by reading the cards. They're going to swap the deck.
I've also never seen glasses the shape that he's wearing, and I like them.
In the shape of diamonds.
Yeah.
They look like a pretzel and they're making me hungry.
Pretzel's the worst food ever invented, by the way, but we can talk about that another time.
I love your hot food takes.
Listen, we just eat potato and cabbage at home, you know this.
All right, we've got a couple of good ones over on each other over the years.
Yeah, man. What was not the dust till dawn? What was it?
When the dust
When
settles.
The dust settles. Sorry for lack of context.
I'd get into it, but this hand is getting spicy. Nearly $1 million out there.
I would love to know what that other card is so much.
3
I'd love to know even
your
more now.
river card. It is another heart.
Got a little sweat width spot now.
I mean, we know that for a lot of players, the King of Hearts is all you need here.
I mean, you literally can never not bluff this with the King of Hearts. We don't even know the other card. He's going to make it 1.2 million on the river.
Oh, yeah. It depends. Like, if you've got King Jack, King 10, and just bet twice, like, it's not the most ideal hand that you want to bluff. Like, what are you trying to get to fold? Your opponent's going to have a tray, decent amount. Going to have some aces. But Zhao has to bet. Like, you cannot get to this river with 7 high after calling 2 bets. Obviously, ideally, would have a diamond. I think that he needs to be very considerate of what size he goes and what he's trying to represent, because he's bet very quickly. Like, he didn't really think about this. If he's just trying to get auto folds from, like, I guess like a Jack 10 or something, maybe that's double barreled. I think it's a pretty good size, though. Like, you can bet all of your aces for this size. Just gotta be careful before you go too big and so quick, I think.
Now, I know we've seen Rodin commit chips when he's bluffing. Have we seen many stations? Have we seen many hero calls?
He's mostly been the aggressor from the hands that I saw.
Yeah.
He hasn't really been put up against the fence as of yet, and like this, it would be pretty crazy if he has like a King Jack or King 10. Like a hand that would make more sense for me if he's tanking would be like he has King Queen and double barreled, because that would make sense. Like it's a card you can bet twice very happily. But he could be thinking of getting
freaky,
way out of line.
What if he check raises this river, Finty?
Well, if I had 7 high, I'd fold, Nick.
Hey, top analysis, top analysis.
I could have answered that one.
He looks like he really does want to fold. That's a nice play, though. You said Jao was good to watch, and he hasn't let down so far.
He is. I'm really impressed by him.
It's in the glasses. It's all in the glasses.
What do you think?
And someone wrote in, I don't know if it's true or not. I could probably verify this myself, that Zhao's got lifetime earnings live of like 35K.
Oh, wow.
Should have like 6-4 hearts or something.
Yeah.
Something.
I would love so much to know what that's like.
What if you instead could learn a little bit about the mini EPT?
That would excite me even more.
Okay, great. Because every single day, you guys know, you've heard the spiel every day now. Small EPT-like tournaments running online alongside the real EPT for a fraction of the price. Every day at 3 p.m., 3:15 p.m., 6:15 p.m., and 8:15 p.m. right here, Central European time. And tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow's the day that you play the 2 mini mains. There's a $5 mini main and a $55 mini main. And they're adding gold power passes. 1 to each of those tournaments.
I love the power pass so much. I want to win one so bad.
I would love to win a power pass, even though I already go to all the EPTs.
Yeah.
It just seems like such a cool thing.
I'm not joking at all. Of course, they're worth thousands and thousands of dollars. Why? Who wouldn't want to win one? But it just feels like, I don't know. It feels like a little bit bold to get in for $11. Like just sneaking your way into an EPT main for $11.
Well, and the best part is,
like, isn't that so bold?
Pros can't buy in. They can't buy in at
I know,
like the
you gotta
Browns
get.
pass. Yeah, you
gotta
go
get
from
in at 11.
Yep.
And everyone gets a 50-cent ticket every day if they play.
I think that's a great way to phrase. I think bold is a,
Yeah, it's a little
great way to
naughty,
describe
isn't it?
It's very naughty. Get to a final. What are you doing here?
I paid $11. I'm guaranteed €123,000 right now, playing for $1 million.
Oh yeah.
Matal all in.
Maybe we don't need it.
Will he run into it? So far, so good.
He's going to be getting called. That I know, because it's not many chips. This is going to be a huge spot for Matal. Regari might not want to call, but, you know, for so little chips, has no choice. And going to be very happy to see that he's not dominated.
So Matal doesn't run into it, but will still have to fade kings and tens for now.
As much as I'm hoping that Mars gets ladders, Matal's been very unlucky in the last couple of levels. He's been very patient. This is to be back up to over 1 million chips. I got to root for him a little bit here.
He might have used up all his luck on that Jack-8 hand. First level of the day. For Matal's tournament life. King in the window, 3 diamonds.
That's a pretty good start from Matal. An 88% favorite to get the double up.
Top pair as well.
You hate your life and then you get A7 behind.
It's going to be tough for Ruggieri to run him down.
Couple of extra outs.
Ruggieri can hit a queen or a king to knock out Matal. River card. 5 of diamond, that's going to be a flush. Go vert or go home.
I said it was extra outs on the turn, but did they actually just swap outs?
I think so.
I am a professional.
It happens. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I missed like a chop out one time, and the chop came in, and I just started banning people for pointing it out left and right. I was so embarrassed and mad at people for pointing it out. I was like, "You're banned, you're banned." And I wasn't. I was doing quietly too. Like I was not making.
It wasn't a joke. It was just like.
Correct. Yes.
Ruggieri tried to destroy the metal, but the metal was far too strong.
And then I went back and unbanned everyone and told the mods that if anyone complained that I was sorry.
I've had a couple of moments like that over the years. Just a little tilt banning session, and then you're like, oh my god.
What do I become? All right, I saw the Grafton get folded.
Probably preps.
As we all know, that's an official lifetime ban. Insta-ban.
The YouTube bans were very hard to reverse, Joe.
Folded.
Oops, sorry, Tom.
Yeah, if you fold the Grafton at any point, at any PokerStars event, online or live, insta-ban. Who folded it? It was Matal.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, he's on the shorter side, to be fair.
So, Sprague folded ace-5. Roden getting the opportunity to raise ace-7. And Wagner in another pretty uncomfortable spot. He's going to have to play a pot out of position against a very aggressive player.
Woo! So the reason we are seeing this re-raise is 100% because we've seen 5-6 opened on the button. Like, for sure. I'm not saying that you can never re-raise his hand or whatever. We got some. Are we gonna see? Are we gonna see a little format, Nick? Are we gonna see a little war?
Honestly, seems like a good combo to do it with. Who wants to play the Spraggy anyway? Ace-7 off. Ugh.
So the thing for Rodan is he's like, yo, I opened 5-6 off on the button, and now he's re-raising me. I gotta go after him.
I mean, he doesn't have to go big there. The 4-bet can be real small, and it's going to be real effective at this stage. Wagner right in the middle of the field, feeling the pressure. The ICM heavily on the guy with 44 big blinds with 13 and 16 at the bottom.
Well, that worked out nicely.
It did work out, though. Very nice.
Matal still the shortest stack, but not in the hyper danger zone. Does have 13 big blinds, and Marley is not far above that with 16.
Hyper danger zone!
Roden with 43 big blinds, so a significant gap between Sprag, Matal, and the rest of the field.
I don't have the bottle to attempt the high-pitched danger zone. I've tried it once, and my voice just like went like I was going through puberty. And James Hardigan looked at me like he was so disappointed, and I was like, never again.
Hyper danger zone.
Hi, guys.
I'm real sorry, mister. I didn't mean to do it like that.
My all my voice procedures are specifically so that I'll eventually be able to just do such a high-pitched danger zone that it breaks glass. Slowly having it tweaked over the years.
That's your party trick?
Ruggieri opens under the gun, and we got Wagner now.
He is feeling it.
On the button with 6-4 suited, and is going to attack. Oh, no. No, it's just calling. Sorry. Deuces for the real deal O'Neal.
Do you think when somebody said to him, like, hey, you wear a scarf to hide your tells, he didn't get the memo? He just wears it on his arm now?
I didn't know where you were going.
I didn't either.
They're like, hey, top tip, if you're going to be on the feature table, wear a scarf.
Maybe he's got a crazy pulse in his wrist.
Yeah, maybe.
Okie, silly illy dokey to the flop.
Oh
5
my
trade
God.
deuce,
O'Neal
2
folded
hearts.
pocket deuces and would have been flopped close to dead.
Oh my goodness. Wagner flops the straight.
O'Neal's like, oh my God, I wish I could have called. And now look at it, Joe.
Did the 5 of hearts get folded? Because we got some street flash potential. And Ruggieri has the ace of hearts. This would have been such a train wreck.
Oh my days.
Oh man, I mean, 2 overcards, ace of hearts, and the gut shot.
Oh yeah, they're making the gut shot here too. Oof. Lots of ways this can go sideways for either player.
Man, a 4 on the turn is going to be real spicy.
Oh my God, Ruggieri's going to raise. Oh, I love this final table so much.
It's pretty cool.
This is amazing. I hope Wagner calls. Like, if you think about how his hands look, yes, he can have 5s, trays, and deuces, but like, I don't really think he should be raising this flop too much. Maybe he's like, oh, what if he has jacks? I want to make sure I get it all in. But I'm not fully convinced that you want to. I don't know, man.
This hand, by the way, is going to cause so many people to torch so many big blinds unnecessarily because you go, hey, I could flop a straight. I'll call it 6-4 suited in position. Like, I could flop a straight.
Now that I think about it, 6-4 suited is a pretty good hand.
Exactly.
I never thought about it like this.
I think the other factor is just that he's not going to struggle to get stacks in on later streets if he flats, right? It's not.
Yeah, exactly.
If you call 7-2-5 here, he's not going to struggle to get it all in turn.
Did he say all in?
Wait, I heard words.
No, I think call. Call and all in are apparently very similar terms.
Especially when
call in. He's calling.
2 million in the middle, and
Oh my God!
My goodness.
What is going on?
It's the 10 of hearts.
We've got a flush now for Wagner. Top pair, top kicker with a better flush draw for Ruggieri. Checks to Wagner.
They check back.
Check, check. River's a jack.
Oh my God.
This is unbelievable.
Can we redo the river?
This is unreal. Oh man, what's the size now, Finty?
Oh boy.
Well, I actually think
You guys,
I would play 6-4 suited pre-flop, so it's hard to know it with a 6-5 flush here. But I guess you could have 6-5 of hearts. I think you just need to bet the turn and get it in on the river, because it's kind of awkward now. Because if he has, say he did check raise kings or queens, and you've let him get away with just putting in one bet, especially if he has, like ace-10 with the ace of hearts is... yeah, this.
I hope that Ruggieri continues making these sorts of faces so he feels he can't try to bluff this river.
I don't know if I like this river size though as well, Finty. Like it's probably always gonna get paid by value, right? But I also think that the stuff that check raises the flop for value is probably always gonna call a lot more, right?
I think if you flat 6-4 suited and you get a flop of 5 trade deuce with your suit, you gotta try to get all the chips in by the river, personally.
Yeah, just a small bet on the turn would have stacked it correctly, so it's less than pot, right? So I'm with Vincent on this.
But also,
one.
you might want to bet your sets on the turn still. I'm not sure, but it's a tricky spot. But it feels like not a chips have gone in for me personally. Not enough chips.
Sure. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because the deuce is folded.
That's true. That's true. Prague, by the way, probably at this point still thinks that deuces would have won.
Nah. Yeah, probably, actually.
Imagine if Ruggieri shoved after this tank. It would be unbelievable. And, like, not crazy. Like, I wouldn't do it, but the crazier things have happened on this table today.
You gotta share genius when you see it, even though this person is occasionally annoying. Ruggieri makes the call, and I'll read this comment. Wagner's ride of the value, Carice.
Look at Porg's face. He's like, oh my God. I was sick and I got away with it. Made a disciplined fold in the small blind.
Rewarded.
Nice pot going Wagner's way. Wagner, who was all in for his tournament life not very long ago, right? Am I right about that?
He called on the river for his tournament life with the best hand, with the ace-6.
Yeah, and now is up to 66 big blinds.
You just got to keep hanging in there, be patient. The structure is so good, 90-minute levels. Ruggieri's definitely been the one battling the most.
That's wood.
Yeah, I think Wagner started that hand where he made the river call for his tournament life with like 17 big blinds or something, and now has more than tripled up.
Tal with a kind of tricky spot, not too dissimilar to the 10s.
Fold.
Is that what you would do or what you think he'll do?
I would fold.
No, he does. Good call, good call.
Are you folding there, Finty?
No.
I think I'm still playing the king queen too.
I wouldn't. You know, you could raise that one the way you raised the 10s.
Yep.
You could also shove. I think it's got to be pretty close. How many is left? 8. Was he first position?
He was first act.
Actually, Gudvis on Twitch had a question for you, Finton. Assuming this hand doesn't go completely off the rails. Are you going to be accepting pictures of people's Christmas dinners again this year?
Yeah, it's my favorite thing to do on Christmas Day, so absolutely.
And you rate them, right? I think I got a bad review from you at least one year.
You probably deserved it, though.
Yeah, no, I stand by. I mean, I'm not arguing.
Yeah, I will rate people's Christmas dinners, and I will be honest about it. So if you're someone who has their feelings hurt, don't send me your Christmas dinner. Some guy sent me his Christmas dinner that his wife cooked, and it was so bad that I was like, I'm so sorry that you're going to have to divorce this woman on Christmas Day. It was the saddest thing I ever saw. It looked like it was given to a prisoner. And honestly, if I was in prison, no matter what I did, and they served me up that Christmas dinner, I would have been like, this is pretty messed up, guys. This is pretty messed up. I know I'm in here for bad things, but it's Christmas dinner.
I'm still a human being.
Yeah. And then some other guy, like, I don't know if he was trolling me. He sent me, like, Christmas Christmas dinner in a can.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, sure.
It looked like dog food.
Yeah.
It does. It's like gelatinous
Yeah.
layers.
Oh, yeah.
We went through a whole EPT years ago. I think it was before y'all were on the scene, where we kept people kept sending in on Twitter pictures of chicken in a can. You know, you can get like a whole roast chicken in a can. Yeah, don't Google it.
I'm not going to. Don't worry. Like that. You didn't need to tell me that.
Action.
I might offer a prize for the best one, but I don't know how to verify that people aren't just whipping off Gordon Ramsay's best Christmas dinner, you know?
You have my word.
Oh, I know yours was cooked by you. Now, did your mom cook your Christmas dinner?
Yeah, but I think I sent you, like, you know, my thing is I post pictures of empty plates. I think I sent you just the remnants, maybe, of what it was. But we have like pasta on Christmas. Yeah, I'm not doing a bit here.
Oh man.
I probably sent you like spaghetti and meatballs.
You're in for a rude awakening, Joe, when you get that review.
Yeah, no, I can tell Fenton is just not having it.
Do you put like roast potatoes and like beef and ham and turkey and chicken and stuff?
No, it's a nice red
Few
sauce,
sprouts?
some gavadil, maybe some chicken parm, some linguine on the side.
There was a few people who had slow cooked their meal over the course of about 36 hours. And I just thought that was going a little too far. And when I told them that, they were not impressed. Like the most tender meat you've ever seen. And I was like, you're trying a little too hard, man.
Wow, so you can actually overshoot.
Yeah.
Wow, okay. All right, go to the flop here. O'Neal not folding this time, hitting top pair at least. Metal does have a gut shot to the nut straight.
Be shocked if we don't see O'Neal win this pot. On a board, given the stack that Metal flatted off, we're going to see check very often.
Pair, no good. Looks like you have aces.
O'Neal
Looks
continues
like
and gets a fold.
Maybe a smaller pair.
The same of the aces in this situation.
Like tens or...
I have ace of hearts.
You
And
go
if
on
I had a fun shove.
Yeah.
If I shove, ooh.
He's folding.
You fold.
What's your favorite Christmas drink, Minty?
Hold on 1 second. Wagner agreeing that he would have folded.
Yeah, I'd be telling people I'd fold a flush too.
I think.
Oh, you just say that even though.
Dude.
Yeah.
I believe him.
You think? I'm not sure.
Not clicking.
You called with 6-4 suited well, he was quite cautious after he made his flush. Maybe.
I guess 25 seconds.
My favorite Christmas drink. Are we allowed to mention alcohol on this show?
I think so.
Baileys.
Raise or not?
Not particularly close either.
Baileys and Baileys.
Yeah.
Huh?
If she doesn't
How about you, Joe?
release it, you can tell her, and you get.
Are you an eggnog fan? I know that's more of an American thing.
No, eggnog is one of those things that every year I'm like excited for eggnog, and I have one sip, and I'm like, why did I do this?
Yeah, I feel you on that.
An Irish coffee. My wife H makes a Irish coffee every Christmas.
Just
morning.
Baileys or Baileys and Kahlua or Baileys and Jameson.
Baileys and Jameson.
Oh yeah, that's the stuff.
Does she like float the cream on the top as well with the
Absolutely.
spoon? Oh, buddy, that's serious business.
I have Irish coffee all year round, so I don't really consider it a Christmas. It is a Christmas drink, don't get me wrong.
Like 3-4 times.
Our shortest stack is all in with my favorite hand.
The Snowman's.
Num num.
And that's going to get through Marley. Look, it's kind of simple, but I really enjoy, usually if we can get out of here on the last night of Prague, going down to the Christmas markets and having a hot wine.
I was about to say, I think mulled wine is my go-to.
Yeah.
Do you know what? If anyone served me a mulled wine in like March, I'd throw it at them.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah,
when you
I'm
have
with
it
you
in
on
the
that.
Christmas markets, there is something special about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what something interesting, guys? I've got a front row seat of how the stacks work on the display here behind the scenes, and I've never had this view before. Right? When players go all in, the stack disappears. I thought that meant they were gone, so I just seen him disappear, but he came back. So I was like, "Oh my God, he's out!" And I was like, "I better not spoil this. It's the first time I've ever noticed this." But they come back on.
Yes, and that's real time. You can't spoil anything. It's just showing
No,
you
no,
what's
no. But
happening.
like when someone shoves here,
Yes.
their name disappears.
Yes.
So I was like, "Oh my God, he's out. We've got a big hand coming, and we're talking about mulled wine."
All right, action folds around to Kite, 10-8 suited. A fun hand for a fun stack.
Marl's unfortunately not picking up many hands that you could put much of a fight up now.
And Rodin has a defendable king 4 suited, but he is, okay, just confirming, 165.
Yeah, you need.
Yeah.
Or that. Oh, good.
Jack 8-8 is the hand of the day. Jack 8. Trip 8s for Kite. 1 diamond for Rodin.
This guy just doesn't miss.
Man, it's so much fun when you're playing poker and you're just making big, strong hands.
All the time.
Like, you don't need the bluff.
No hurt.
Of course, in this situation, you're not going to get much action. Like just having queens when the short stack's all in, flopping trips.
Statistically, I will experience that sometime.
Yeah, but you also, like, statistically, potentially won't.
You just want to straight.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing that says I have to.
Nothing at all. You could just forever never experience that. And let me tell you right now, it's one of the best feelings that you'll ever have.
Feels great.
I took a long break from poker because I was genuinely freaking out every time I missed a draw. I was like getting mad at the universe. I was like, it's time to.
I think the universe might have it in for you, so I would have words.
The thing is, I run insanely lucky at life. Like, I've
so do I.
achieved way more than I ever should have. So I try to
Absolutely
think it
agree.
just balances out. Like, they
I
say
bet
it evens
myself,
out.
not you.
But exactly, yes.
90. Dead.
But you're
Alright, Wagner not going to get
But you play a lot in Barcelona?
the 6-high heart going again.
Yeah, same.
This one's close.
Fold it around to Go Gadget Metal. King 8 suited.
12 bigs.
He's fighting it.
12 bigs.
It's a disciplined fold.
Very disciplined.
Take him away.
What are you thinking there, Finty?
Oh, God, it's close.
Oh, and Zhao gets a walk with the hammer.
So what we've seen happen with the very experienced player, Prebz, he was shorter stacked in a Queen 9 suited, and Sam pointed out that it's probably the worst hand that you could possibly shove, right? But even off 8 big blinds, Prebz was going to want to raise with aces, going to want to raise with kings. So he took the worst hand that he would have, but a suited variation, so there's like decent bit of playability still, and raised it up. Is King 8 suited the worst hand you could shove there? It feels pretty close, so like, maybe you'd want to raise? It's like, if that folds you on the button, you're very happy to go all in.
Right.
In the cutoff,
Yeah.
Marls also has a short stack. I definitely think it's close, and in no way would I be 100% sure, but I feel like I'd put some chips in there.
Sure.
This one, a little different. The
It's gonna be
Snowman's.
all in.
Speaking of the Christmas markets, time to go pick up a corn cob pipe and a button nose.
And 2 eyes made out of coals.
There you go. 2 eyes made out of metal. Will this get through? Yes, indeed. And with those last couple of hands, Govert Metal leapfrogs Marley Sprague slightly by a nose.
Yeah, stupid close down there.
But Marley is technically the shortest stack now.
Just so I don't embarrass myself at some point, where does the danger zone begin?
We're dang close.
Well, we're getting
We're
there.
dang close, yeah. I think under 15 probably. 12 for sure.
Okay.
Hyper danger zone.
Hyper danger zone is, yeah, anything under 10, I think.
I mean, you're the expert, Joe.
No, I just wait for James to say the words. I don't even know what I'm doing most of the time.
Oh my god, that is so sad.
So sad. Spraggy has to fold the Grafton.
Oh, I'm actually so hurt. I feel like I just died a little inside. Not because I think Marl should play it, like I think she should fold, but it just hurts my soul.
Chris, can you clip some of these Finton lines? Because if he ever makes a final table and he's saying things like that, he's like, "Oh, I would have ripped it in with King 8 suited there," and he doesn't. If he knits it up, I just want to play these.
Hold on, Chris. I just said I would fold. I'm just saying the fact that you have to fold hurts my
No,
soul.
I'm just saying in general. There's like I'm like, you know what? If the thing is, I believe you. I think that you would,
dude,
put your money where your mouth is.
Dude,
But just in case.
I'm an idiot. I 100% would put my money where my mouth is, and I'd be first out, like most of the time.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a hand brewing, guys.
We do have a hand. Blind on blind. It's anybody's guess who's got what. Wagner opened to 160. O'Neill made it 440.
Pretty interesting spot for O'Neill if all the chips were to fly into the middle. I don't think, from what I've seen from Wagner, it's very likely.
It's just a call.
440?
Okay, so we got nearly $1 million in the middle already.
Yeah, these are very, very expensive pots worth many, many thousands of euro.
King 5 deuce. Top pair, top kicker. That's it. It's just easy.
You like this?
It's easy, yeah.
Yeah, even with the way the stacks are, and like if all those chips start going flying in, and then you end up getting 8 with those short stacks. Are you sure?
Yep.
Okay. So top pair, top kicker's the line where it's like I don't need to think about this.
Yeah, without the board being super juicy and
yeah. Jamie Gold had it right back in the day. Top.
Top. I got top. TPTK. top.
So we would expect O'Neill to continue here for about 25%ish, like in the 250 zone. I think on King 5 deuce. I think you want to bet everything, would be my guess. Like, Wagner, of course, has the backdoor straight draw, has the backdoor flush draw, could have some bad intentions.
And gets to see that turn relatively cheap.
Let me tell you right now, the turn bet's not going to be cheap.
Ooh, boy, oh boy. Yep, size up incoming.
Yeah, O'Neill's, my guess right now, King Queen is of concern, but the 5 and the deuce are bricky enough that there's not a lot of 2 pairs going on. Occasionally, you will run into 5s and deuces, but I'm quite confident that O'Neill is going to want to barrel a queen very frequently and start to size up substantially. Whether in this spot ace-king will be enough to go for it all on the river, that's another question. Of course, depends on the river. But my guess is we see, 800 to 1 million here.
Yeah, if the river's like a deuce, you're feeling pretty good about the ace-king. If it's a tray, or 5, excuse me, you're probably feeling pretty good about the ace-king for 3 streets.
And Wagner's got himself in a little bit of a weird spot now, because he called a flop with just jack high, and now he's got an open-ended straight draw, but he's out of position, and he's facing a pretty chunky bet.
Yeah, about half pot on the turn here from O'Neill.
This pot is bigger than Marley's stack and Mattel's stack, and it's bigger than Marley and Mattel's stack.
The problem for Wagner is, this is. It's a pretty frustrating spot. But you can't just go check shoving, check calling feels pretty disgusting. But poor O'Neill picks up a really nice spot, goes up to 4.74 million, which is good for third place.
Are you in a Brazilian stable? What? Do you play with Brazilians? No? Or like, is your coach a Brazilian or something?
What's prompting him to ask this question?
Just wondering.
Just because of the way he's playing, I think.
Oh, I
He
see.
play like a Brazilian.
Okay.
I think he's half Czech.
That's a massive compliment, by the way. All I ever want to be called is Brazilian when I'm playing poker.
I just want them to look at my abs and ask if I'm Brazilian.
The Brazilians all ripped, you know?
Yeah, the ones that are in pretty good
they're
shape.
pretty handsome
Yeah.
guys, to be fair. Sal picks up the second best hand in the game with 15 big blinds. And it's going to go for the same raise size we saw with the 10s.
Go, Gadget, pocket kings. O'Neal with ace-5 in the small is not going to mess around.
Okay, turns again?
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a fold. Once you asked that before.
Yeah.
If I had queens, I put it in. You know. No queens this time.
No, really. You don't say.
Smallest of gaps opening between Metal and Sprague after that hand.
Tang says, no, stop getting hands, Metal. We need Marley to ladder. Hey, instead of rooting against Metal, just root for Jonathan Kite.
Or
he's the one
Marley could just win 5 hands in a row and be the chip leader. We don't have to root against anyone for Marley to get all the chips.
Totally agree.
Yeah, that too. Whoa. Yeah, minimum ace king. Minimum ace king.
Things sound like they're starting to get a little loose out there. A little chatter happening.
Miles looks like she might have a hand this time. Solid reads.
He's got numbers tight there. Maybe compared to yourself.
I like how Marley folds so quickly that we don't have a chance to see the cards a lot of the time, and that way the chat pros don't have to get on her for how tight she's playing.
They just play one hand on
I reckon that Marley has won more in this EPT tournament than everybody in that Twitch chat combined. In their life. Sorry to be disrespectful to some people, but if you're going to come at Marls, you're going to get a little back.
They haven't been too bad.
Okay.
260.
Kite in the small blind. Studio 54. And is dominated by Ruggieri. And we're going to have another awkward blind on blind pot.
Jerry might be my favorite player to watch so far because he does some pretty bold raising with all sorts of hands, good and bad. And it just makes the pots pretty big in spots where a lot of people would be a lot more conservative. And it's very, very enjoyable to watch. Putting people in spots they're not used to. Piling chips in. I'm a big fan.
Check, check on that flop. King on the turn. Puts the heart draw out there.
Seems like both players will be pretty happy to show it down here.
Oh.
Poker is so much fun when you just hit 2-pair. When you hit top pair, you hit trips, you get queens.
Man, this is Kite's world. We're just living in it. I think you can go pretty big here. What's the size, Mr. Kite? 440K.
Yeah. 70-75% after kind of checking down to the river. It's hard for you to have too many super nutted hands.
Yeah,
but also hard for your opponent, right? So
yeah,
a little bit of column A, a little column B.
Yeah, definitely 10 seems pretty reasonable to call some of the time. Jack for sure is probably something he's targeting here. Given the action, you know, maybe won't have as much of that, but yeah, I dig it.
Man, I think he's gonna call. That's the face of a man who has got the suspicious hippo eyes. Do you ever look at a hippo? They look at you like they're so suspicious. Do you ever look at a hippo's eyes and like?
No, I've never looked into a hippo's eyes.
Joe, next time if you go to the zoo, look at the hippo and like you'll be like, oh my god, they're so suspicious.
Well, I guess they have to give you side eye.
No, but they're always giving you side eye. It's like the Mona Lisa, no matter which way you look at them.
The eyes are on the side of their head.
Oh, he told you. Suspicious hippo eyes.
Suspicious hippo eyes confirmed. That's a new tell. Put that in the book.
And these players just can't resist giving chips to Jonathan Kite.
No sense of that.
Who is now approaching 13 million. A couple of comments online I wanted to read. YouTube specifically. Carlos says new commentators. Oh no, the same in the last 20 years. Nick, how long you been doing this?
Can you
5 years now.
You've been doing it for 5 years?
I've been with Stars for 5 years. I've probably been doing comms consistently for like 3.
Barcelona 2017, cards down. Absolutely bricking it in the commentary booth. Said 4 words. That was my first appearance. I'm surprised I ever got a second one.
What?
Karen thinks I should be a regular commentator.
Yeah, no, Karen said, bring in Nick.
I'm here. I'm
He's
here.
the most objective.
And also
and
the most
accurate.
regular.
Yeah, and regular.
You haven't heard about this rule?
Every morning, like clockwork.
Yeah, exactly.
Help you to do your job.
No, but it's more like if you don't have 20 green, for example.
Oh, Ruggieri getting...
I was honestly just going to Google hippos. And that's why I just turned my phone off airplane mode and Nick showed me. Look at the way they look at you. I don't know what's gone through that hippo's life, but he's suspicious of something.
Shout out to Chris Martin in the chat. Hello, buddy. Nick Walsh deserves a full-time gig, Mo.
That's his feather?
Yeah.
Perfect.
PokerStars sorted out.
It's my stack. Yeah, you can do what you
Could you take the picture of the hippo? I feel like I'm being judged. Look at that eye.
Kite raising 275,000 from the button. Gets Ruggieri to fold.
If you ever play in live poker, this is a tip for both of you. I'm not a big fan on the live rates because I'm quite inexperienced. But if someone starts side-eyeing you like that, like a hippo, they're going to call you. So like you need to start talking to them if you're bluffing. Like you need to try and change their mind. You need to make them feel like something's got to change.
I thought that was the tell as well when they start to count chips. You're like, well, John, reconsider that.
Apologies to Jan Kite, who I just called Jonathan. I know a Jonathan Kite in Los Angeles, and it's very confusing for me seeing his name, so sorry.
Okay, look, Finton joins us on commentary. Fantastic when he does. Not as regular as me, yeah, sure. But I have to admit, suspicious hippo eyes is now a thing. So quality over quantity, perhaps. When he comes in, invents poker terminology that will live in the annals.
The last time we did commentary together, I was so giddy that you were trying to hold it together. I can't remember what it was. It was an online tournament, and I was just outrageously giddy. I couldn't hold it together. I was laughing so hard, and you had them suspicious hippo eyes looking at me like you gotta stop.
Another pickup there for Kite.
You see, now you can see you have such similar as him. That's why he also has his stack like this, you know?
Fold, fold. Queen 8 suited for Wagner.
Given what we've seen of Wagner, I wouldn't expect his hand to be folded, but he's gonna muck. Smidge, way too solid to be playing that one. Sorry, Pork. Smidge is online now.
Good to know. King, queen for Kite.
It's a pretty strong hand, given how wide Kite is going to be getting involved here.
Ooh, Ruggieri also with a hand. Calls on the button. Matal out. Sprague. Ace 4 suited. Also a hand.
The one scary thing about this hand for Marls, if it was heads up against Kite, very, very natural shove. The problem, if we shove, which I wouldn't criticize it for, is that the button has to flat some pretty strong hands against the chip leader. Can't really go re-raising.
Yeah, you're still going to want to play it as a call at least, right?
That's super tricky, super close.
You have a fantastic price to see a flop, but yeah, I'm with you, Finty. I feel like the desire to shove is strong in these situations, but like you said, lots of strong hands flatting buttons still that might have you dominated.
Also might not, right? Like there's going to be hands like Jack 10 suited, Queen 10 suited, you know, with these hands, of course.
Are you flatting the button with a hand like 9-10 suited here, Finty?
Marley does pull the trigger. This is a serious gut check moment.
1,065,000.
Kite has not folded yet.
Kite probably saw Marl shoving with the king-queen, and in this spot, you know, he is going to dominate some of the hands she shoves. I don't think Marles is going to get this through against both players. This is going to be tough. I mean, the best case scenario here for Marles is that Kite calls.
Right.
And he very well might. Oh, that's
wow,
that's pretty-
Kite reshoves. It's going to get the dominating hand to fold. It's not going to be as bad as Marley thinks it is.
No, this is a huge spot for Marles. 2.3 million in the middle. Manages to get the best hand to fold and the worst hand to call. Like it can't go better. Of course, King Queen versus Ace 4. It's super close.
Absolutely huge spot for Marles here. Sweaty indeed.
Oh, my palms are sweating. I am nervous.
Buckle up, buckaroos.
Kite with the little grin. When you're running so good.
You should start first.
I see a 4, but it's
God.
3
It's a
clubs.
50-50.
However, that is a lot for Marley to fade and survive.
One time for the biggest hold of Marley's career so far.
Has to dodge 11 cards.
Oh my God.
Nick,
I can't look. I actually
look.
cannot look.
63%.
One time for the good guys.
Justice. 1 card to come. Huge spot for Marley Sprague. The river is the king of diamonds. Could not fade them all. What a run for Marley. Ah, she must be absolutely gutted, but hopefully proud. I see a smile. I know she's trained actor.
That's heartbreaking.
Heartbreaking for most of the people watching this stream. Marley did make an EPT main event final table, 8th place, 6-figure score, 123,600 euros, and the adoration of thousands.
Absolutely incredible score, of course, but just heartbreaking to get it in good, to get rivered by the chip leader, who's of course opening incredibly wide. Ruggieri's been getting involved, getting in the mix, and you take your spot, you pull the trigger, and just get rivered, man. That hurts my soul.
Yeah, Kite just a wrecking ball. Eliminated so many players on
Six players.
the tables today here in Prague. Absolutely savage. 14.49 million chips now. Absolute monster chip leader. 181 big blinds.
Yeah, with 7. Oh, yes.
A lot of folks in chat expressing their heartbreak and disappointment. We're very proud of Marley, though.
So incredibly proud. Obviously, career all-time score. Coming to Prague, winning 123,000 euros. Amazing. But when you get so close, no matter how much money you win in poker, it's messed up. Like, that is bigger than any tournament that you can win any week.
Yeah.
And then you win it, and you're just like, oh my God, but the 7 figures. I hope that Marles feels good about it. She enjoyed it, and, it's just a start of hopefully many, many, many great scores. But I wanted her to hold so bad.
It was great seeing that name make a final table, no matter who was wielding the stack.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully big confidence boost as well.
Just right now.
It wasn't as close as it looked.
It looked real close. Joe almost went tumbling at the back of his chair right now.
We have to play on, though.
I was just wondering if I should fold or...
And we are one elimination away from being done with today's coverage. And I guess Kite is just going to take out O'Neill here, and that's going to be it.
The messed up thing if Kite folds, Marley doubles up.
Right, yeah. Domination rotation.
This is going to be so frustrating for O'Neill. It's going to go all in, and he's not going to be able to fold.
Go, Gadget, big slick suited.
All in.
13 big blinds all in.
That heart-wrenching feeling when you've got the ace-queen. And
Is it heart-wrenching when it's a stack this small?
Yeah,
okay, yeah. Answer is yes.
It is, but it's...
You shouldn't say anything. And I probably am, but don't say anything. I just want to count confirm.
Yeah, it's very fair from O'Neill here. He's going to call. But
What does he not want Mattel to say?
Probably someone else that's not involved in that.
15,000.
Oh, like only.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I call. I see 600. Good shit.
There's the call. Domination situation. Both players suited.
If O'Neill does manage to win this hand, we are going to be down to the official final 6 and done for the day?
Yeah, that's correct.
I give you 100 and I give you a green chip. 100. And you give me this.
Huge pot for both players. 2.5 million in the middle.
And some discrepancy about the pot at the moment. I think Rodin didn't get his change.
320 in the middle.
3,200, it's okay. Yeah.
160 from him. 160 from him.
It's okay.
What?
O'Neill already trying to work out what he's going to be left with if he doesn't win this hand.
It was like big chip. 100. You take it, and you told me give me 25. I gave you 125.
It's 40 too much.
It's five. It's yours 5. It's not mine. I need 20k back.
Yeah, it's still too much.
That's it.
It should be 160 from you and 160 from him.
This is the last thing either of these players want to be going down as we
But it's still not right.
get prepared.
It's a very tense moment for this discrepancy to have happened, making everybody wait for this run out.
It's fine.
A lot of wheeling and dealing going on here.
That's correct. 106 from you and 80. 320. It's correct now.
Good luck, gentlemen.
More numbers being yelled in at a Moroccan bazaar. Here we go. 5-5 deuce. Not terrible news for the ace-queen.
Few chops available.
And 1 heart as well. Turn is the 4 of spades, so more chops now.
O'Neill obviously would snap off a chop right now.
Wonder how Mattel feels about it. River is the 10 of clubs, so no chop, full double for Gover Mattel.
Claps for Mattel, man. Very, very patient, finding his spots, finding the doubles, and finding the holds. He's going to go up to about 31 big blinds now on this final table.
It's all of a sudden got very, very close between 7th and 3rd. You know, 31 big blinds up to 55. I guess there's still a bit of distance, but, you know, any of those players double up. They're in the top 3. It's getting pretty close.
I think also worth mentioning is there's no more short stack.
Agreed.
There's a short S stack, which is still Mattel, but 31 big blinds is not a short stack. So we were dangerously close to being done for the day, but now things could take a while to lose that next player.
Yeah, but this is what we talked about at the start of the final table, that at some point this happens in every tournament, right? Things slow down a little bit, the stacks get a bit closer, the short stacks get eliminated.
And yeah, we didn't mention, by the way, everyone now guaranteed 160,000, but that next ladder is worth 50K.
Yeah, it's getting huge.
We'll call it 48, I guess, but
I'd allow a 50 there.
okay.
I'm a big fan of the rounding up.
I like a round up too.
Yeah, I'm not. You think I'm gonna say 47, 400 or something? I'm not doing that, man. It's too complicated.
Yeah, we're just guessing most of the time. Ace tray of clubs for the real Dio O'Neill. 3-leaf clovers for the Irishman.
You see some players potentially, after a slight setback, throwing this in the muck, take a little breather, but O'Neill very solid, very confident.
Ooh, and another suited ace for Rodin. Yeah, I like this comment from Burke, who says, this table is full of action and is like a summary edit of a normal one.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not far off a highlight show, is it?
No.
Yeah, it's not been without action. And very frequently see a big slowdown once we get down to the final 9. Indeed, all of today, it's gone quite quickly.
And Zhao with a hand in the big blind, facing a 3-bet now from Rodin.
It's never really fun to fold King Queen your big blind, but I do think it's a little bit too much action.
O'Neill lays down the dominated ace. Nice little pickup there for Rodin. We're approaching another break. Probably just one or two more hands. I'm sure everyone could use a break at this point. It has been emotional, and I'm not even at the table.
I can't believe that I've been doing commentary for 3 hours. It feels like I've been in here for 20 minutes.
I mean, there's been very few dull moments.
Yeah.
You were right, by the way.
Exciting final table?
Yeah. I mean, it has not been a grind. It has not been.
Oh my God, O'Neill gets... It's kind of funny, like he loses the big pot and then he gets 2 hands that he wants to raise, and of course, that's fine. You want to get hands you want to play.
O'Neill does open from under the gun. And again, Rodin with a better ace. This time offsuit. And this time, he decides not to get involved. Shao folds 7-5 off. What say you, Big Blind? That is a hand that we are often going to see a flop with.
Call. It's an interesting reluctance to put the chips in with such a pretty hand.
He does look like that all the time.
Yeah, King 9 suited, the big blind, dreamy.
Ace, Queen, Deuce, Diamond, Diamond, Diamond. Pretty definitive for having King 9 of clubs.
I honestly don't think O'Neill will be upset in the slightest to just bet 1.5 big blinds and see a pot come his way after a few getting shipped the other way.
Yeah, I think you can keep it real small on this board. Just bet range, basically.
Take him back.
Is there anything you check on that board, Finty?
My guess is that when you're covered by a big blind on a monotone board,
yeah,
having raised from first position and an ace and a queen, there's every chance that you probably need to check sometimes because you're going to be stripped of the vast majority of your flushes.
Yeah.
And what does that mean? Sorry.
So because the ace of diamonds is on the board,
yeah,
and because the queen of diamonds is on the board, if you think of the hands that you raise in first position on a final table with some short stacks, like the flushes that you're most likely to have are going to be ace-high flush draws, king-high flush draws, and some queen-high flush draws.
Copy that.
So like you have like 10-9 suited, maybe Jack-10 suited, a couple left, and for that reason, you need to be somewhat respectful of the fact that your big blind opponent's going to be able to put you in some tricky spots. So you might want to do some checking. I think if you're playing against the vast majority of people, betting small will be the best play because not many people will start min-raising you and making your life difficult and putting you all in by the river. It's a very easy to just simplify. But like if I got Sammy Grafton in the big blind, you probably want to be considerate of like how it looks.
That's great analysis, mate.
Yeah, thanks for breaking that down.
Very good one.
I'm also not 100% sure, but it's something that you want to consider a little bit more.
Well, we're going to have Matal versus Wagner in this hand. Did we just see this flop? Ace of diamonds, queen of diamonds, king of diamonds. Bottom 2 pair for Matal. Nobody with a diamond. So you're going to be stripped of most of your flushes here?
Yeah, pretty much.
All
but
right.
it's you know, you could have a royal flush.
Right, sure.
Yeah. The difference though, right, where it would change here is when you're in a small blind, the way that they will make flushes will actually consist of a lot of these cards too. So like if you think about the big blind, right, you call like 7-4 suited, you call 8-2 suited, you call 9-4 suited. You don't really call those hands in the small blind. So it's hard for you to have too many as well.
Heart check.
It's kind of interesting for Wagner. Like, how many offsuit hands does he call in the small blind to have like the jack of diamonds or the 10 of diamonds? He could have some, right? He could have like ace 10 off, ace jack off. It's certainly not impossible.
Very cute.
Yeah, bets it anyway. Matal, I feel like, is a guy that...
Look, I have a theory on this board that, like, just call your two pairs because people don't go for it twice. I'm like, come on, let's see if you're going to do it.
Okay.
I don't think people will do it. Is that our last time for the break, Joe?
That is it. That is it. What action we've had over the first 3 levels of the day today. We are ending things overall when we get to the final 6. But that has yet to happen. These are the chip stacks of the top 7 players. This last 7 players in this record-breaking field. Matal the shortest and approaching the danger zone again, but still doing just fine with 23 big blinds. All bunched up from there on out till we get to the top 2. 69 bigs for Zhao. 144 big blinds for John Kite. These players are headed to a 19-minute break. We're going to do the same. Check out some of the sights and sounds of Prague. More from the record-breaking EPT Prague when we return. You're watching PokerStars TV.
Parker on the button here, 1.59 millis.
All right, Captain Birdseye, what are we doing? He's calling. And we are going heads up to the flop.
Oh, I don't care.
Ah, that's it. That's right there.
King 8-5, top pair for Tonka.
A little bit of fighting talk there from Dale Mieda. Parker tries to kindly inform him of his starting stack. He just goes, you know what, I don't care. I really don't care.
Bet 65.
Bet of 65,000 into a pot of 100,000.
Oh man, I really like this bet size from Parker. I think he knows exactly what he's targeting. I think pocket nines is definitely part of that range. Now, Dale Mieda, having already indicated he doesn't care how much Parker has, is never going to fold nines. He does not want to be exploited. He doesn't care how much he got. He's playing this pot. He's going to play it aggressively.
Check.
Check.
Checks a second time.
$230K in the middle. What's the size, Parker?
Some of that and a fisherman's friend.
160K, she says. Yep, 160 bags.
Call.
That's a call.
Much is it, sir?
160.
I love it. I have no idea how much the bet is, but I'm calling it.
What did I say?
Receive, my friend. All the time you bet, you bet, you bet.
Oh, it's the perfect payoff card, James. It's the perfect payoff card.
I mean, if the guy has no idea how much the bet is, you might as well just move all in.
I honestly don't know about that speech play either. I feel like Dale Mieda is kind of indicating exactly what he has. He's like, you're too aggressive, my friend.
I mean, go for maximum value.
Yeah, you just
call first, ask how much you've lost later.
You absolutely punish this river. Parker might even slight overbet this one. He might even go for like 600K here.
Yeah, overbet.
Not good.
10.
Definite overbet time.
275.
Bet
All right, he goes closer to half pot. 275K.
Of course, there is the prospect that D'Almeida does something other than call, and maybe D'Almeida blasts off here.
Wow.
Just wondering if the 275 feels too much like a value bet. Maybe it's not big enough to make it look bluff heavy, but Tonka is a sensational poker player, so I default to his decision making here. Makes the call. Shows him the good news.
How can you do it? Look here.
Thanks.
Parker stacks it up.
That is a huge pot for Tonka.
Let's go, Team Tonka.
Up to 2.16 million, closing in on the 150 big blind mark. Okay, we're going to see Tonka play a hand. Are you happy now? Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? You beat me to it.
Oh, Lofberg with 9s after Tonka opened with queens.
Yeah, and I will note, we did just see him 3-betting those 8s just now, James. Obviously, the stack depths were considerably different, a very different setup, so I'm not suggesting he's always going to take that line against the much deeper stacked Parker Talbot. However, pocket 9's very strong combination. He might just pull the trigger again. Looks like a call to me, though. Oh, never mind. It was a raise after all. 200,000 to go.
Yeah, 2 of the red and black chips, which are worth 100k each.
Yeah, I really think this one could go either way with Parker being stacked that way. Under 30 big blinds effective. Pocket queens at this stage in the tournament, I believe, will just be a 4-bet right now. I don't think there's any slow playing at all. He is all in. And a quick call.
Lofberg calls the all-in, and Parker gets it in good.
This is a true set hand, do you know that?
Tonka, a huge favorite with queens against 9s.
He does have, I hate to say it, James, he does have the stars nuts.
It's fine. Send me into a blitz.
Get your holds in the chat now for our boy Parker Talbot, Team Pro Extraordinaire.
I don't even think I have
Huge spot to remain in this tournament. 88% equity.
Meanwhile, you'll just see we've dropped down to 17 players. Tim Adams is out. Tim shoved Queen 10 into Javier Gomez's jacks and did not improve. So Tim Adams is just busted in 17th place. That means if something goes wrong here for Parker, if he gets unlucky and queens get cracked, we will be down to 16. We will be down to 2 tables. But there is a queen on the flop, and it's looking good for a Tonka double up.
Actually,
Stars Pro versus Stars Nuts.
If you need some
The ultimate showdown.
Jack.
Or a knight.
Sure.
Parker, 97% on the flop.
Could be 100% on the turn.
1 million exactly.
Absolutely. So that is a big double up for Parker Talbot. So 1 Canadian gets there on the feature table. On one of the outer tables, we lost another Canadian favorite. Tim Adams is gone in 18th place. We are at 17 right now, 1 away from the redraw for the final 2 tables. Parker's got 3.1 million now.
Let's go. I want to see him on the final. I want to see him take this one down. That would be an absolutely sensational moment.
Thank you.
And I want to be part of that winner's photo, too.
You know how Parker somehow finaled the only EPT that we haven't live streamed in recent memory?
Right.
How about if he makes the final table, we don't stream it?
I mean, it is the World Cup final day after all. Why not? Oh, you know what, guys? Just take the day off. It's all right.
Wow, this is a huge cooler for Parker Talbot. Oh my God, this is such a good spot for Parker. I mean, I think Migo is so under-repped here with the 8s. Is going to have to call these 20 big blinds.
Yeah, definitely.
Parks McGurk's all in for 1.1. There's the snap call from Bigo. Has he even seen the 10s yet?
And a massive spot for Parker to get back in this event with just 12 left.
It's wintry outside. Will we see the snowmen's?
Nom nom.
Or will the best hand win for once?
The snowmen's are hungry. Nom nom.
Dinner after this? The wheels really come off and James isn't here.
You should. I wish every one of those at home was able to see James' just head slowly turn towards me as I did that.
Here's your flop, Jack. King trade. Looking real good for 10s. 2 cards to fade. No backdoors that I can immediately see.
No backdoors.
Turn card is an ace. One card to come.
Oh, Parker's eyes just went big. One more card, man.
2 outs to fade. Otherwise, it's going to be a double up for Parker Talbot. Tonka does indeed double up.
That's what I was thinking.
Double up. Double up.
DJ double up.
3 in a row.
50 big blinds.
Oh, push smart.
How to get to 50? That's amazing. Had 6 to start the level.
Queens for Caleb. Kings for
Oh,
Tonka.
here we go.
What a spot.
And the chat goes wild.
$520. All in.
All in and a call. So Tonka officially the at-risk player, but Tonka with the best hand.
See the way he induced him with that raise, too? Just brilliant. Brilliant stuff from Pocket Talbot. Any kings about?
Tonka better than a 4-1 favourite here to double up through Kalev. The flop is ace high, but crucially no queen. Doesn't have to worry about clubs.
Nope.
He has the king of clubs. Just has to fade a queen on the turn and river. Two outs for Kalev, 2 cards for Tonka to avoid. The river.
Oh my god.
It's a 7, and Tonka doubles up through Kalev. King's hold.
Let's go. Blasting out of the danger zone.
Yeah, I need one more.
Up to around 20 big blinds.
Have a beer, please.
And ordering a beer. Let's go.
Alive.
It's a nice hand, eh?
I'm playing tight.
I've got another A to go with it.
Yeah, eh?
No crazy action.
Tonka just dodging such an awkward spot there. Feeling fantastic about that.
I would be playing a little bit differently if I had your stack, I think.
Always a needle, too.
So Tonka in the big blind on this hand.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I wasn't saying, like, if I was you.
I was like, okay, what are you going to try to say? You're going to play tighter than I was? All right. You're from Silent Blinds.
1.5. 1.5 exactly, yeah.
Phil Huffer just checking up on the stack size of now the new big blind. Decides he doesn't want to get involved in a stack that can reshove. Obara with pocket ace on the button now.
Race cool. Should hit that.
Obara is raising.
Not scared by the 1.5. He does the same.
That seems big.
That is a big raise.
Yeah, especially from absolute position.
What did Obara have for dinner? Oh, boy.
Wow.
Sakuchi calls in the small blind with pocket 9s.
I mean,
Where are we at right now, guys? So Obara has about 3.8 behind.
Just raised a quarter of his stack.
Yeah,
Oh my goodness!
He folds the ace-8 only to wake up with kings in the big blind.
The clangers.
Once again, Tonka picks up kings when there are worse pairs out there, moves all in. And now Obara with the decision.
Once you put a quarter of your chips in there,
you can raise.
that is a raise. Yeah. Parker made a raise. So the action's open again.
And I feel like Obara might be tempted to isolate, right? Just put it over the top. I mean,
but it might get rid of Sakuchi, but I don't know what good that does him, really.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he's got Parker covered, so we'll do him some good if the kings hold.
He's got that kind of stack depth where you can just...
Oh, he folds.
Oh, wow.
Where are you? For real, bro?
Sakuchi calls with 9s. And even though Tonka is officially at risk here, he is a huge favorite to double up again with kings.
Pocket 8s?
Yeah.
That's right, a near triple up for Tonka is on the cards here.
For the 8, so the 8 coming. Definitely coming. Maybe a 9 too, but 8 is for sure.
How many double ups have we seen today from Parker Talbot?
3. Second. Well, you guys didn't
one small. A lot. They always seem to be when he has kings.
I think once he just won a huge pot and didn't double up.
Upside down.
9 high flop.
No.
Sakuchi with the set. And now Tonka drawing to 1 out. A king folded pre.
Never lucky.
Never lucky. Come on, the king ball.
If anyone can do this, it's Tonka.
Queen of clubs on the turn. Tonka drawing to 1 out with 1 last chance to hit.
Answer. I'm asking. You want the answer.
Trying to will it.
1 time, question mark? No.
Good game, boys.
Tonka is a goner. Parker Talbot scores his best ever result on the EPT.
What do you guys?
He came 6th in this tournament in 2018.
And you're cool, obviously.
Fast forward 4 years, it's a 5th place finish for more than €250,000, €278,450.
Maybe. Good luck, come on, boys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's going to take us down to the final 4.
Let's play 3 more hands.
GG, Parker.
Yeah, I know.
And that should end play for the day. We will come back tomorrow and play down from the final 4 to a champion. Welcome back to the 2023 edition of the PokerStars European Poker Tour from Prague, the penultimate day of the main event. We're at the final table. We have 7 players returning from break here at King's Casino at the Hilton Prague. We're trying to get down to 6 today. Now, caveat, if we were to lose a player in the next 90-minute session, we'll play to the end of the level and then call it a night. If we get to the end of the level, we still have 7 players. Dinner break. We come back and continue our quest to get down to 6. Follow me? Good. I am James Hartigan, alongside me the man we were just watching during that little montage during the break. Parker Talbot. Tonka, welcome.
Hello, thank you.
And we were just clarifying that the final table of this event, you've made it twice in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
2018 and then last year.
Yeah, my only 2 EPT final tables, I'm quite certain.
So what happened this year?
Absolutely nothing exciting. I think I played 2 bullets starting at like 200, 500 big blind in an hour and a half or something. So,
maybe next year. Or maybe it's going to be like once every 4 years. Maybe it's going to be like an Olympics thing. We will be back in Prague this time next year. Full EPT 2024 season is out there in the public domain, courtesy of the PokerStars live app. Same stops: Paris, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, Cyprus, and Prague. I mean,
it's a nice little tour.
It's a nice little series of events, and I just remembered you did have that deep run in the Estrellas main event as well.
In Barcelona.
So Barcelona also kind to you. I mean, biggest live tournament in PokerStars history, and you're in the top 10. That's nay bad.
Barcelona had some close calls over the years too. Like I think I got 11th or 12th in 10K high roller a good long while ago, maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, and then had one of my earliest runs ever was EPT Barcelona main event when it was absolutely massive. I mean, it's been massive a bunch of times, but
Yeah.
like.
Well, these are the 7 players remaining, and you'll notice the name in 8th place. Marley Sprague sadly departed just before the end of the last level. Still, 123,600 euros. I believe she's outdone her husband. Her biggest live score, bigger than his.
Yep. Biggest score in the Sprague household is now Marley Sprague.
You don't still consider yourself to be a member of the Sprague household?
I was going to say I do kind of still own the biggest score of the Sprague household, just because I did live there for a time.
Right.
And I
So
did win
it goes
a bunch of money there.
Parker, Marley, the Cats, Ben.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. This is the prize money still up for grabs. 160k for the next player out, more than 200k for 6th, more than $250,000 for 5th. Up top, more than $500,000, more than 600 grand for the runner-up, and $1 million for the winner. So yes, just to remind you that we are looking to get down to 6 tonight. Should we lose the player during the next 90 minutes, during the next level, level 29, we'll play to the end of the level and be done for the day. Beyond that, we'll simply stop when we get to 6. Mainly because, and the reason why I caveat it like that, is talking to the tournament staff, no one expected us to get down to 7 this early. We've only played 3 full levels today.
Oh, wow, from 16, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been very swift, huh?
But I think...
guess double KO.
And if you look at the chip distribution, Parker, John Kite has like
He just has all of
142
them.
bigs.
Yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
He is literally double second place, and then second place
Yes.
also has a lot of chips.
Yes. So on the one hand, you could look and say, oh, well, it's a deep stacked final table. Yeah, but only 2 players actually have deep stacks. Like everyone else, there's a sub 50 big blind stack, and you've got most players 35 bigs or less.
Really feel a walk.
Yeah, it's kind of wild for 5 out of 7 players to have below average stack for sure.
Yes.
Even though the average stack is 55 big blinds is quite large.
So the blinds are now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100k big blind ante. And look at that, the respect, mad respect for the guy with all the chips. He gets a walk. Govert Metal, 15 cashes in European Poker Tour main events. This guaranteed to be his biggest to date.
Very nice, very nice. It's such a beautiful feeling to run deep in a live poker tournament, and even more so in a main event. It's just, yeah.
Very close. Down on the place.
It's a juicy stack that Jan has there.
Yeah.
It's a lot of chips. These days, the way we, coloring up and normal, natural progression these days is much less the massive stacks that we once had in deep runs. But that right there, that's a big juicy stack. He could build a cool tower if he wanted with that guy.
When you go back and watch like the World Series of Poker TV shows, yeah, from like the mid 2000s, and it's like I don't think at any point they colored up any chips.
Any chips. They just literally had seas and seas of chips. Like,
So heads up, they have to sit the players at either side of the table because they're using the rest of the table for their chip stacks.
I don't even know how if they paused the clock when there was like a double up or something, because it must have taken them, I swear to God, like 3+ minutes to move the chips to the other end.
Okay, Porrig O'Neill opening here with ace-8 on the button. Quito with king-4 in the small folds. Umberto Ruggieri in the big is calling with 7-4 of clubs.
I was watching a decent amount before, but it seems to be quite an action final table and just like final few tables there.
Yes.
That fellow who was calling the 3-bets out of position with Jack Deuce suited before, and
Yeah, what you mean the guy who busted in 13th place because he was calling 3-bets out of position with
Jack Deuce suited.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack 3 suited. And I'm not sure if it was the same guy, but somebody called 4-bet Marley with 10 deuce or something.
Yeah.
And just some crazy stuff going on.
That was Ruggieri, who is in the hand here and has flopped best with a pair of 7s.
So he won't be going anywhere, you're saying?
Facing a continuation bet of 175,000.
He also 3-bet the flop, right? With the queen jack of hearts against the ace deuce. I remember seeing that.
Okay, well, O'Neill with the advantage now, pairing his ace on the turn, almost a 9-1 favourite. I have to say, we've been watching Prague O'Neill for the last 2 days. He's been on the feature table a lot. Been very impressed with how he's handled himself.
Just playing very solid, or what?
Absolutely. And Vincent tells us he is one of the nicest people on the Irish poker scene and has been on that scene for many years.
Yeah, I recognize his face. I don't know if I've ever, like, chatted to him for too much more than a few sentences, but if Vincent gives him the nod, then I trust. Assume we'll be seeing some kind of half-potish wager here.
Yeah, so when check on the turn, and here comes the value bet from O'Neill into a pot of 900,000. That is a bet of 500,000. That's 5 black discs.
Just over half pot. I mean, this would be kind of a crazy hand to make a move with, so we'll assume he's just going to hero him or fold. But this is the man who called forward the 10 deuce, right?
Correct.
So yeah, the world is his oyster.
Clock down to 0, so he's going to have to surrender 1 time bank card. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. He's now going to have to surrender another time bank card. Folds.
Good bluff.
And 2 time banks used there by Ruggieri, who I don't think had that many to start with. Prague O'Neill chips up to 4 million. He's got 40 bigs. Oh. And Ruggieri used 2 time banks there and now has none remaining.
Oh wow, he used his last one just for that 4-second fold, huh? Jeez.
Now obviously when we get to tomorrow, everyone will get 6 additional time bank cards, but for tonight, if he faces any more big decisions, Parker, he's got 30 seconds per decision, max.
14, black,
13.
That is honestly sometimes the ultimate time to apply pressure. Because generally guys who like burn through all their time banks like need the time more, right? Just like naturally.
Yeah.
So like they're gonna be put into the blender and put under the pressure just way more by not having any time banks.
Oh, go but really. Ace deuce for Rodin. Folds. Showers out. Adam Wagner has 9 deuce. No. Jack 7 for O'Neill. Here's the chip leader on the button with the Spraggy, ace 7 offsuit. He may not even have looked at his hand, but that chip stack with the button, why not?
I mean, maybe because Ruggieri's going to play all sorts of hands in the small blind. But it's pretty fair, reasonable holding here.
King 7 tray.
Pretty nice flop for Kite. Would it be the craziest thing, honestly, to see a check raise from Ruggieri here? Honestly, pretty surprising not to see a continuation bet from Kite as well.
So now, Ruggieri improves to a pair of 6s. Delayed C-bet from Kite. 225,000.
Pretty pretty nice now because unless if the river just comes like even like a jack of diamonds or something like that, he's probably going to be able to go for another value bet, presumably. Because if Ruggieri has like 8s or 9s, he's probably going to take the betting lead himself on the turn. That's pretty bad river though, because he could have 5s or 4s, even 6-5 suited potentially, ace-5 suited. Not a great one for Kite. Probably just goes check check and Kite's quite happy. But if the board pairs or some kind of offsuit 10 jack queen comes, he might almost certainly go for more value.
Check, check.
Ace on the river would be fun.
That's also true.
Kite chipping up over 15 million now, more than 150 big blinds, more than double the stack of the player who sits in second place on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and the fall off from the 15 million to 7 million down to 4.5, 4 million, it's quite drastic.
Yeah.
Down from the 15 to 7 million. Such an incredibly fun situation to be in
Yes.
spot.
And not only have we reached the point of the tournament where the prize money is significant, 6-figure scores, but also we've reached the point where there is a pay jump with every single elimination. So Kite can really leverage those chips.
For sure.
Zhao with 6s under the gun. Raises to 200,000. King 10 suited for Borrego O'Neill.
Interested to see what he comes with here. You could tell me that he would do any of the options, and I would say, I'm interested. I could honestly see folding with being like the very middle stack with 3 people having less than you. 3 betting because, you know, Zhao might not be raising 6s.
Yeah.
And it's a nice hand to fold out when we 3-bet. And calling doesn't seem nuts either because you have King 10 suited, facing a min raise.
Ace 9 suited for Matal. And boy, do I wish I could go back in time to get him a glass of water. Matal is called. And looks like Rosen has folded the big blind, so heads up to the flop, which is Jack 8-4. 6s are still ahead. Action has been checked to Zhao, and he's continuing. Spliffy Two Shoes watching on YouTube asks, does it finish up tomorrow? Yes, it does. Final table stream starts at 1 PM local time. That's 1 o'clock Central European time. Should be 6 players returning for the final day, playing down to a winner. Rooftop Inquiry has an inquiry. Does PokerStars ever do free rolls during these streams? We prefer to give you free money, or added value rather, in our online series, Mini EPT Prague, which is running right now. 3 low buy-in tournaments every single day. We're adding New Year Series tickets to the prize pool of every single event. Tomorrow, we're adding power passes. It's 2 mini main events. One is $5.50, the other is $55. The winner of each is going to get a gold power pass. The runners-up are going to get silver power passes.
Very nice. Is there going to be any New Year's series streams?
225.
I believe Mr. Walsh will be on New Year's Series stream duties.
Ah, okay.
Four to Wagner. He's opened under the gun. Ace 4 of diamonds for Kite.
Pretty loose open here from Wagner. I think generally we want to, use aces and kings to make our looser opens. Kite should 3-bet him here, you would assume. with his big juicy stack.
What a 4 minute. 580.
Oh wow.
Oh, what is going on here? We've had a huge shove from Ruggieri because he's got ace-king. Okay, so Kite's 3-bet. Ruggieri is shoved with the ace-king.
Even Kite, man, who likes to gamble, won't be able to call this one. I don't think it's a bit too rich.
Also, that shove came in very, very quickly. It was almost like, I'm just waiting for this guy to 3-bet, and as soon as his chips are across the line, I'm all in.
I could honestly see myself convincing myself, though, that he would do that with, like, King-Jack suited or something, though. You know? So, like, it wouldn't... I feel like he's gonna fold, you know, almost always. But if he just tries to, you know, make this speedy timing tell read or something, you never know. I mean, the speedy timing tell read is surely ace-king more than anything else.
It's hard to beat ace-king in this game.
Yeah, see?
580, right? Possible. 580? I can see like darker chips.
Yeah.
Start from
big table.
My position.
Call! I would file. Yeah, call him. I think I beat you.
Very so.
Go, but really?
Good time for the hand.
I'm very, very sad to not see Marley still in right now. I was rooting for her.
I think you would raise my hand as well.
Solid result, though. Make the FT. 8th out of 1,285 entries. 6-figure score.
Mm-hmm.
It's all gravy.
It is truly all gravy. It's really nice.
It stings now.
It does, but
But
it feels better later.
you'll have retrospect tomorrow and you realise,
Even tonight.
Yeah.
Good spot with ace deuce. Ace deuce Sweden.
Ace king or queen?
Or better.
No.
With king I push.
Yeah, but I don't think you're king side.
7s for Gobert Matal.
Jack's queen side.
And that is a raise. Ace deuce suited for Zhao in the small blind.
Wow, a call. Interesting. Usually would have expected to see a 3-bet, even though Metal is quite short. I mean, it's still acceptable and reasonable to 3-bet. Just 3x out of position or so, just a little bit smaller, but he does go for the call, and 7 on the flop is quite exciting.
Absolutely, it is always coming 7, and that is a set for Matal. Zhao drawing dead.
Will he go for the trappy check? Because it's really the only way he's going to get any more money on this hand. There's no way Zhao's putting... I mean, you shouldn't say no way, but I would say it's quite unlikely Zhao puts in a check raise against the C-bet here. Especially a big bet like that. About 40%.
Attention viewers on 54-1A, if you have come on today's active table, please begin your shuffle beginning in the front.
Now, I've been doing this job long enough to know that you have to take anything the audience says with a pinch of salt. However, I'd like to think that people wouldn't joke about this stuff, so I am going to take it at face value. Kerning K says, I don't know if it's been said, but Gobert's lungs got destroyed by COVID. It's a miracle he's still with us. Dark Skez says he was in a coma for 15 weeks and lived, and now taking in his biggest live win ever.
See, there's some coordinated trolling between those two fellows there.
kind of have to keep
Or
an eye out on your
that
own
sounds like a
stack
true
and
story,
track
honestly.
that
It sounds like a true story. I'm going to put my faith in humanity and say that it is true.
You have the river decision.
Because I'd like to think that people would joke about that type of stuff.
A real hand for Kita here under the gun.
Oh, it's Walter Belts with the information, who I trust and is close with Govert. So, yeah. We know that that disease took many lives, destroyed many lives. So, credit to Govert for bouncing back, being on the live poker circuit once again. And yeah, we referenced the fact that he's cashed 15 EPT main events and is guaranteed his biggest score to date in this tournament.
Really considering this at the 10-8 here, but just going for the fold, I guess.
Just the fact that you put me all in, which doesn't happen yet. I need to know how much I have. You just need to ask for a count or whatever. Like, I can't get my own set counted. Just a pause. You know what I mean? If you didn't know your stack, yeah, you'd be confused. Like. Yeah. So, I think that's your account. Like. Yes, exactly.
The man, the myth, the legend that is Senkel92, Tobias Leknes, pops up in Twitch chat to say, how does a Hold'em final table differ from the mixed games final tables you're used to playing, Parker?
Not that I really know what I'm doing in Hold'em, but I know a little bit what I'm doing. In the 8-game ones, I really don't know what I'm doing. It's a lot of guesswork. But I did manage to make 2 final tables this trip, and both were in 8 games.
Nice.
The 1K 8 game and the 5K 8 game. 3rd place and 4th place. I mean, a total of 78 runners, I think, in both tournaments. So not the biggest achievement ever, but we'll take it. But they're actually very fun, those mixed game tournaments. They're always having a good time. Lots of folks having a beer. They're a great time.
Bogdan asking, when does it start tomorrow? Final table coverage starting at 1 p.m. Central European Time. Every single hand of the FT, the 6-handed FT, live as we play down to a winner with that 7-figure score up top.
220.
Do you remember last year? Of course you do. You were playing in it. The slightly off-the-wall schedule we had to adhere to make sure the tournament was done before the World Cup final.
Yes. We did the double Prague, huh?
We did.
Last year.
The 2021 event was delayed by a few months to March, and then the official 2022 event took place
Was in December.
In December, yeah. And Wagner hovering around the 45 big blind mark right now.
So he looks at his cards. Will he raise them no matter what?
Queen deuce of spades.
That one's gonna make the cut.
King 3 for Ruggieri. A significant advantage for Kite right now with that monster stack. Covert Metal remains the shortest stack at the final table, but is still playing more than 20 bigs right now.
Yeah, 3rd through 7 only have slightly more chips all combined than
Can I have a
Kite right
seventh?
now.
It's ridiculous.
Raising under the gun with a 4 here from Zhao.
Now remember, it is Chat Pro Saturday, Parker, so whatever they say goes. So when Michael Glantz writes, Kite should put on more pressure, that's my opinion. That opinion is 100% valid, and we have to respect it.
No doubt. I'm also, I was going to say kind of with him, but I don't know. I haven't seen, since I've been in here, it doesn't seem like he's passed up anything. He just 3-bet folded the ace-4 suit a second ago. Looks like he's about to get in the mix in the cutoff right now with king-jack offsuit. He raised queen-deuce on the button a second ago, which is nothing crazy, but, you know, by no means would I say that he's been passing up opportunities.
Oh, I missed the formal announcement that Chat Pro Saturday had ceased. In that case, Michael, your opinion is not valid. But thank you for your comment. I actually think there is the danger when you are that monster chip leader to get a little bit over carried away. You want to be aggressive, you want to put the pressure on, but you've got to be selective, right?
Honestly, for sure. And it really just depends on, like, what you can get away with. Like, here, like, he's not even going to necessarily be able to get away with certain things that he might on other tables, because, like, Ruggieri doesn't really seem to be too phased by his aggression, you know? Like, he's in there. This one works. We don't know what the other card is, but
yeah,
Zhao is raising under the gun with a 4 in his hand, so you would assume it's going to work a decent amount of the time.
So still 7-handed at the final table of the EPT Prague main event.
We lost the YouTuber.
We did.
Everyone's quiet.
Kite referencing the fact that Marley Sprague departed in 8th place. We came back from the last break with 7 players. No eliminations in the first half hour of this session. As we see Adam Wagner with ace-4 under the gun, folding. King 6 for Porrig O'Neill.
Very reasonable fold, very reasonable open as well. But, I mean, if you think Jan is going to 3-bet you a whole bunch like he's been doing the last few hands, I think it's super reasonable to fold.
Yeah.
And it probably, he might have called this one just because ace-queen is like a nice value hand, you know? But he would have been playing anyways, regardless. Oh. This could be interesting. Looking like we will see a 3-bet here. Will we see a 4-bet jam?
Sherry has re-raised to 600,000.
Yeah. No, it's 21 or 19.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Nah, takes my time. Should pause the time. I don't know.
Looks like he's gonna go for the call here, so defending. Could be a really nice call if we get some kind of cooler flop, ace high or something like that. Queen high.
10-5.
Regari feeling pretty dead with his hand at the moment, but could definitely see some chips, at least in the form of a continuation bet going in. Decent chunk of turn cards, you can pick up a straight draw on and keep going.
Well, this is not going to work. 425,000. Kite far too strong. Top pair, top kicker.
Wouldn't be the craziest thing ever for Kita to put in some kind of raise here on the flop, but I think especially when you're playing against Regari, who like obviously literally right now has ace-9 offsuit.
Yes.
You know, probably not the greatest idea to do it against. You probably just want to let him, give him a little bit of rope. You're not really scared of too much. Does go for the call. I was going to say the only really bad card is a king, of course. Did he just give the stink eye to the dealer for the king on the turn there? That's kind of what it looked like.
Question is whether the king also slows down Ruggieri. It does.
Wow.
And the river card is a deuce.
So he checks back on the turn. Kind of even smells like Regari could have, you know, pocket jacks now.
Well, he's got 2.31 behind, and there's 2.3 in the middle.
If Kita goes for a value bet here, would assume he goes for something small, something in the 400 to 600k range. Oh, nice. I was going to say 10% could even be quite a cool move, to be honest. It's going to induce quite a bit more, actually. Really wouldn't be surprised to see Regari jam now, which seems, you know, pretty hard to rep any good hands, but he might just go crazy against the 200k because he's going to have to fold otherwise, you know, and I feel like you really hate to fold when somebody bets 10% against you on the river. And he does fold.
Reminder, Ruggieri doesn't have any time bank cards left, so that 30 seconds that was counting down was all he had to think.
That's right. I'd forgotten.
Kite now playing 16.5 million, 165 big blinds. Just to put things in perspective, that's 100 more big blinds than the guy in second.
It's a really, really, really crazy stack, for sure.
And Ruggieri's dropped down to 23 bigs.
Do you have orange juice? Like you can like straddle with ice? Yeah. And a sparkling water for straddle.
Yeah, he officially has more chips than 3rd place to 7th place
I'm
combined.
blank in the turn, I win the pot.
Even if he doubled up 2nd place right now, he would still have more than 5th through 7th combined. It's just a crazy, crazy stack to have on an EPT final table.
Yeah, for sure.
I think. No, it's okay. It's okay. No, thank you.
Okay, well, first has been folded to Ruggieri. Looks like he's out, so go at Matal.
I win the pot, I win the pot.
Round 2, Cheng Zhao in the small blind, 7-4 offsuit.
I win the pot with blank. I win the pot with 10. I win the pot with queen.
And it's going to be a walk for Adam Wagner.
I win the pot with king.
Who had aces? Oh, no. Shouldn't have looked, Adam. Shouldn't have looked.
What did Kita fold?
Everyone has a good reading.
That's just how good he runs. He chooses a hand to take off, and there it is.
It doesn't check, it says. No, it didn't check it. That's how it no. It doesn't check, it says. No, what you had? So unlucky Italian, no? Oh, silent. No, I mean like so this hand. No problem, no problem. No, when you had aces. All the tournament. This hand, Travis can. Yeah, no. You win the most for you? Oh, yes.
Yes. Yes.
It was a walk. It was a walk.
Okay.
And I had a race.
Yes.
Lucky spot. Call. Uh, 2, 3, 4, over 4, not 4.5, but over 4.
So Keita coming in with the under the gun open and Wagner just calling the small blind.
Yeah.
Might see a bet. Probably see a c-bet from Keita here, and then on Wagner if he will continue. Could go either way. Could go anyway, really. Check raise, call, or fold again. It's funny how these situations come up on final table. It looks like he's bet big though, so we'll just get a quick fold. Keita helps Wagner make his decision for him with the half pot bet.
So 55 minutes on the level, 55 minutes until we get to the dinner break as Keita continues to chip up, closing in on the 17 million mark right now. Let's get Joe Stapleton back into the mix. He's consolidating that advantage, Joe.
This kind of reminds me of that time, who was it? We were doing an online final table, and this dude just ran over everybody, won every single pot, knocked every single player out. I feel like it was Tonka, maybe?
That was a knockout tournament, too, that
yeah.
one, I think.
I mean, the win...
It was just like queens, and then kings, and then queens, and then a set of queens.
And I think, like... Oh, sorry.
No, I was going to say, the weird thing is we do get tournaments like this, but very, very rare in an EPT to have this level of dominance.
The main event, for sure.
Yeah,
In a
absolutely.
main event, definitely. I mean, even most tournaments these days do naturally come down to, like, one big stack taking over, or they kind of always have, but, I mean, this is just an outrageous tripler, you know. And again, it can always, you know, change fortunes very quickly. If he doubles up 2 shorties and he's down to, you know, 10, 11 million, and he takes one more big hit, it's very easy to move.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, before we started streaming that one, obviously you guys followed the final table.
Yeah.
Like right before too, I think the last hand of the day was aces against kings and jacks. For just like 2 huge bounties and going from like 11 down to 9. Yeah, that was like one of the cleanest tournaments I've had.
I mean, that was a great day for us because it was over real quick too.
Yeah, it was super swift. That's right.
Zhao firing on this 10-10-10 board. It's a fun one. Ultimate Texas Hold'em. Everybody gets paid here.
Keita actually like really strong here, right? Didn't
Yeah.
3-bet the big blind. Obviously gonna 3-bet with probably, I don't know, so a bunch of big pairs you would assume. So when he has 6s here, he's actually kind of nutted. Scare card for him on the turn here for sure.
Defo, a scare card, the king of clubs.
Kind of interesting hand, right? It feels like Zhao wants to barrel, like, the flush draw is like semi-inconsequential, right? The only real advantage the flush draw gives you here is if you're playing up against ace highs. But it does maybe feel like a hand to bet just because you're going to have to bluff some ace highs here no matter what.
I mean, Zhao is, drawing to the second nut still. Or the nuts, if
a 10
if
comes.
10 hits.
It's such a dicey spot for Keita here as well because you have 0 chance to improve and you're going to face a river bet a lot, you know?
And, and not only not going to improve, but any river is a scare card too.
Yeah. But at the same time, I think, I really don't know. I haven't seen how he's been playing.
Zhao is really tough.
Is he? Yeah. I was going to say, I just would assume in this scenario that he will give up the river quite a bit.
He's probably the biggest surprise at this final table. I did look up his Hendon Mob. He's got 50K in live earnings, but
wow.
He plays like an absolute terror.
Wow, okay.
And then we've got chat pros who say things like Zhao Clown Show. Come on, bro. This dude has been very impressive. Even Tonka would be impressed.
I believe it.
Go, go, go. Fall. Okay, didn't work that time.
You can take this if you want.
Rodan out as well.
Thank you.
Cheng Zhao, 3 high.
Tough, but not that tough.
Ace Jack suited. There we go for Wagner.
That's a real holding. So, in my position here, if I was Wagner, I would be raising. Oh, he's not raising into Keita's big blind here, but he raised the same before 210. But if I'm raising into Keita's big blind, or maybe even here, especially into the big blind here, Guteri, or I'm not sure what his name is. Ruggieri, sorry. Just two quite aggressive players, you know. So generally, I'm gonna want to play tighter when I play against these guys. So I might raise a little bit bigger, you know, make it 2.5x, juice it up a little, 250. 260.
Is that really going to make a difference to the chip leader if he decides he wants to do this to you?
I mean, one, it should, because they're putting more chips in the middle. And two, even if it doesn't, I'm going to be playing a tighter range anyway, so I'm going to get more value from all my good hands, you know? So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, like, even if they decide to go one way or the other.
Wagner not having it.
Does go for the jam, and that's quite nice to see. I think it's very good. Obviously, we can see Keita's kind of in La La Land here with the King 4 offsuit, something that I would definitely get after. Wait, he said call?
I
guess.
He
said win all in. I thought he said all in.
I thought Wagner said all in also. I'm sorry, that's not the first time that's happened.
I mean, I don't mind the call, of course, but I mean, it's just going to be quite difficult to. I mean, Keita's going to put a lot of pressure on you post flop.
Yeah.
You know? And all in when he's got King 4 offsuit here in the small blind, you know, you're just going to print so many chips by jamming. Even though it obviously sucks when the other guys are so short, you're just going to win the pot so often before the flop.
I guess I'm not the only person who heard all in.
I definitely heard all. Was there people in the chat that heard all in?
It's
I definitely
It wasn't
heard
just
all in.
us.
Like, even here, you know, like, he's about 500k, a third pot. We have to call. We are going to have to continue, I think.
Yeah.
We have a gut shot, but we have no backdoor flush draw. Like, just a gut shot. I mean, maybe we don't even have to continue, because maybe this is one of the worst hands we have, actually, you know? Like, we might not peel with a pocket pair, like sixes. Call, he says.
Are you sure?
I'm quite sure. He said call this time. Oh, and he's putting the psychological warfare chips in, the full stack of greens.
This looks very strong. This is a strong call.
That's a strong call.
You will be scared of the strong call.
He knows he's getting those chips back, you know?
Finally a spade.
Man.
No good, though.
I would just love to see Keita just go for it here.
Well,
And
he
just
is
bet-
capable.
Just bet 1,000,000 chips. I mean, I don't really know that it would make a ton of sense. I think it's pretty fair to give up now, but yeah, I think it's super fair to give up now, especially when Wagner might even be peeling with like 10s and 9s and 7s before the flop. And in Keita's shoes, he might not be 3-betting those, because can he really 3-bet call pocket 9s here for 40 big blinds?
1.2 million.
Oh my god, he's done it.
1.2.
I mean, unless Wagner just has some crazy, crazy heart and read, I mean, he's going to have to fold.
And also doesn't care about ICM.
I mean, we kind of already know he does. We don't know, because ace-jack could just be like a very reasonable hand to call with pre-flop. But I think like calling is kind of either like a little bit on the scared side, or like not caring about ICM, and you kind of want to like trap him, because like
It's probably the worst of both of those things.
it's funny in some of these spots. It feels like it's like the lower variance option, you know, to call, because if you're not jamming pre-flop and going all in and risking it all. But it's kind of like the opposite, as we literally just saw. I mean, Keita has King 4 offsuit, no draw, no nothing, and we got like put in the blender post flop. Where like if we would have just jammed before the flop, we have 4.8 million, and we're just like cruising right in our soft spot, you know. But we opted to play post, and we just got punished in like the maximum amount.
I really apprate when you take things and sort of explain how actually what you think you're doing here, you're doing the opposite. And I especially like it when I'm not the one.
No, I mean, I don't mean to be like...
Of course, no.
Like aggressive or anything like that.
No, I don't think you're being overly critical. It's just another way of looking at things that I think when you're not in here, we don't get that perspective a lot, so...
Yeah, it's one of those situations where it feels a certain way, but it ends up actually like being kind of counterintuitive and working against you. Took many, many years to learn that lesson. Cost me quite a bit of money.
Cheng Zhao with Queen Jack, not going to play.
And suited aces on final tables are just always the go-to hands for the what were you call what are you calling the ace 5 suited again?
Sourdough.
Sourdough, that's right.
Artisanal sourdough.
Artisanal sourdough, that's right. Sourdough is just like a suited ace, right? And then artisanal sourdough.
Ace 5 is sourdough, and then suited ace 5 is artisanal sourdough.
Ah, okay. But yeah, I mean, really, any suited ace is sourdough in that spot there. Against,
right.
Against
It's
Kita,
similar, right? Yeah.
He's got king 4 offsuit, you know.
Metal raising from the button. Yeah, Metal with another banger of a hand. Seems to wake up with these big hands right when he starts getting into the teen blinds.
It's a banger.
Wow, just a call, eh?
Yeah,
it's kind of the exact same thing we just talked about here, I think. Although this is a juicy flop.
This time it's gonna work out when you make top pair, top kicker.
Oh, well, not always. He does have a gut shot, backdoor flush draw.
Most of the equity belonging to Mattel, but Parker's right. Lots of ways this can go sideways still. Mattel checks to Kite, hoping for a bet.
Well, he is a 3-1 favorite here, and the bet from Kite is not insignificant. 360,000. It's on the large side, Parker.
Another big bet, yeah. Definitely not unreasonable with all the straight draws, rainbow board, but probably just pushes Metal to just jam here, you know? Whereas if Kita bets, you know, small, I think it'll have a pretty similar outcome results-wise as the big bet. I think, like, as the big stack, you really just get to... I mean, you get to flex on your opponents really in whatever way you want on the final table in these situations, but especially with Jack 9 of spades, you know, you don't really want to push him to start jamming his top pairs.
Yeah.
But it's hard to make top pair.
It is. Ace Queen, also a hand that you never really expect your opponent to have in Kita's spot.
A little under repage.
For sure.
360?
360 sounds like he's about to call, though, when he asked that.
Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Really just laying the trap here. Honestly, quite nice call on the flop. Like, I think it's just really, really cool once we get here, if we somehow get here.
It certainly takes some guts.
For sure.
To not just rip it in with top pair there and end this hand.
So Kita might just jam here.
7 on the turn, which means that Kite is now double gutted. And must be aware that there's already 1.3 in the middle, and Metal's only got 1.5 behind.
He does?
Oh, wow, shoves on Metal.
This could be the first dent we see made.
Quick call by Govert Metal. John Kite says good call, and Govert Metal is better than a 4-1 favorite to double up here through the chip leader. Just has to fade a 10 or a 6 on the river.
I've seen what Keith has been doing to people so far this poker tournament.
Not this time, though.
Oh.
Well, the King 5, though. What about that King 5?
Oh, yeah. I forgot about the King 5.
Okay, Queen 10.
And I think there was a King Jack, Ace King
That
2
was-
days ago also,
yeah,
right?
yeah. That was a huge one as well. All in on the turn.
7 outs for Kite. 7 cards that Govert Metal has to fade. The river is a 10! That's the straight! And that's the end of Govert Metal's run.
Kita cannot be stopped. Cannot be stopped.
Was disgusting.
20 million, 200 BBs. He has more chips than every other player in the tournament combined. With 6 players left, by the way.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. So Govert Metal bows out in 7th place, cashing for 160,750 euros. That is his best ever result in an EPT main event. The floor confirming to the players that we are going to play out this level. We would only stop earlier if someone else got knocked out, but I just don't see that happening.
Sounds like we play until 6 players.
I'm also going to bow out, gentlemen. I have to leave a little bit early here.
Okay, buddy. Thanks for the insight.
And thank you for having me, and have a wonderful rest of the stream.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much to Parker Talbot from Team Pro. Govert Matal takes his final walk off the stage. And what a stack for Kite. What an advantage to have with 6 players remaining in an EPT main event.
Yeah, for me it's fine either way. I don't care. Just me, yeah.
I mean, you can't do anything but laugh. You have to laugh.
You have to laugh.
It is literally ridiculous.
Most people don't run this good in their dreams.
Yeah, he knows.
He tracked me pretty good with that queen, didn't he?
Yeah, no, it looks like he had, I knew he had a queen, but it looks like he had a legit decision. Like queen 10, queen 9 or something.
He played it really well, didn't he?
Yeah. He's the best actor in Amsterdam.
A raise from O'Neill, who's got ace-king. Kite with jack-3. Folds.
I say put it to the test and play jack-3.
Oh, Ruggieri all in.
Oh.
And, oh my word, we've got Ruggieri at risk here, up against ace-king with ace-queen. A domination situation which could see us down to 5 players. Forget about playing to the end of the level. If we lose Ruggieri here, we're done.
I mean, we do need to show something tomorrow. I mean, we just had the brutal suck out. Is the best hand going to hold here? Are we going to be done?
I mean, at least the chips aren't going to go to Kite. Cannot believe how quickly we have cut through the field today. The flop is Jack 4-4.
Every time you had like ace king spades as well.
Kite's right.
Sometimes was chop outs. Yeah, I'm back to spades, similar.
Opportunities have emerged.
Outs for the job.
Sorry, guys.
Ruggieri trying to materialize a queen. Spade is helpful also.
%10 chance of a chop, only an 8% chance that Ruggieri doubles up here. 82% chance we lose him. River card is a queen!
Come on! Heck yeah!
Binks the 3-outer, gets the double up through O'Neill, and we are still at 6 players.
Sorry, man.
Sorry, yeah, exactly. I wasn't rooting against O'Neill either, but I got swept up in the moment.
One time.
So,
one time, one river, one time.
For those of you questioning why we are playing on, we have got down to 6 players in a ludicrously quick amount of time. Now, I appreciate that most of the chips sit with John Kite, but the average stack is very high. The tournament staff want to play on. They want to get through the end of this level so that we don't have an extraordinarily long day tomorrow. But understandably, if we were to lose another player, to echo your point, Joe, we need something to stream tomorrow, so we'll stop at 5.
Thank you very much.
What a ridiculous day.
So many rivers.
And by the way, that leaves Prague O'Neill with just 14 bigs. Prague O'Neill, one-time chip leader, now in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Different situation.
O'Neill.
How much you play?
Back in the mix.
4 and a bit of change.
Ace 4 of clubs, and Ruggieri with pocket 8s.
How much?
Snowmen's.
1.4.
Nom to the nom.
Yeah.
One foreign change.
And a big ace for Zhao.
Oh my word. Zhao announces raise. It's going to be a 4-bet from the big blind. Zhao with ace-king makes it 1.8 million. O'Neill's out of here. Ruggieri, remember, is out of time bank cards. 30 seconds, starts now.
Just got all those chips. Do you really want to flip or be dominated? Maybe.
So close. So close.
I think Ruggieri's going to get folded.
Fold.
Man, it sounded like he said cold, which is a weird one.
I have 20 million and this.
That's good news.
Good for you.
Yeah, very good.
Very good for you.
Confirmation that this is a final table where there is a have and a lot of have-nots.
Suited Broadway for O'Neill.
Sorry.
What?
I'm very much in tune with the Norwegian sense of humor of Tobias Leknes. We need a different stat for average stack now. Average for people not named John, 4 million. Average for people named John, 20 million.
From so little respect to so much respect.
Absolutely. I don't have 7-8 suited, do I?
Obscure reference noting if Zhao cares about ICM, he has the most boring next couple of hours of play in store for him.
From what I've seen of Zhao in the last couple of days, I'm not sure ICM's on his radar.
I'm not willing to say it's not on his radar, but he does not seem to be someone who is desperately clinging to ladders.
Yes. And I like it!
Yeah, he's a beast. And I think that word's overused.
Ever since Waziel's theorem became a thing in around 2008, 2009, it's made poker as a spectator sport a little less interesting. When does he get back to playing for the win? I was actually channeling Emil from RoboCop, Dragon Master Alex.
Victor Vaughn with some nice words for O'Neill. Says he's playing amazing, not phased at all.
Yeah, I'm very impressed by Porrig O'Neill the last couple of days.
I've an open jam in this tournament, so that'll be fun.
I did on the bubble.
Oh, no, I didn't get there.
It's weird how the players are only being eliminated from one side of the table.
You buddy.
I have no idea what you're meant to do here with King 5 offsuit with 12 big blinds, with the chip leader in the big blind.
I'd probably just fold. I don't know if that's what you're supposed to do. I'd be like, nah, not here.
This is not the hill I want to die on.
You've just passed the blinds. Again, I'm not saying this is right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying a rationale. I promise you that whatever he does is what you're supposed to do. Which I think probably plenty of people are just going to ship it here. King high, you have decent fold equity.
Yep.
The problem is that Kite... Yeah, wow, he folded, okay. Oh.
A very smart decision by Parag O'Neill.
You can't do a limb first. Not the G, sorry.
Roman writes, O'Neill kind of looks like Elon Musk, doesn't he? No, he doesn't. There are bad lookalikes, and then there are just random comments, and you, my friend, have definitely fallen into the second category.
2 white people? So we're... Is that the bar now?
That's okay. I don't need a bar.
All the situation is for you.
I played ace-4 one hand on the table, and I lost it. No more.
Wait.
I'm not pressing before.
Can you put it in 20 so I can see how much you have?
Difficult fold.
So, importante.
Importante in italiano.
Yeah, something. I don't know.
Jao with the suited King 10 now.
That's
Again,
20. Thank you.
when we talk about ICM considerations, Parag O'Neill has 12 big blinds. The rest of the table are going to be conscious of that. They are going to be mindful of that.
I don't see.
Sorry, Wagner. Yeah. Just... Oh, sorry, it's Ruggieri. Sorry,
Yeah.
Ruggieri. No shot. You get let off easy here.
Bulaccio.
What does it mean?
Bully?
Yeah, you are prepotent.
Huh?
Prepotent?
So, bull.
Bully.
Bully. Yeah, all right. Bulacho. Like it.
Yeah.
And Bull, you're full of it.
Top a bull with the 20 minutes.
I want to know what prepotent means, though.
I respect. I do. 5 jacks.
Oh, felt that in my gums. Shell folding under the gun. Wagner gives up Jack 3. Here is the short stack. Parag O'Neill. He's got the spraggy A7 offsuit. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah, he's not going to do it.
Folds. Chip leader. Young Kite. Queens!
Come on.
I love that. The casual take a drink. Flick some chips in.
It's a button raise.
Rode in with deuces. Just fold them.
I mean, you can't fold them in a big blind. Ducks fly together. Flop a set. Double through the chip leader. It's a perfect opportunity to see a flop with deuces.
Alan?
Oh, boy!
Don't do that!
My God.
Would highlight again that Parag O'Neill is sat there with 12 big blinds.
Too late for that, buddy.
Rodin just got 25 big blinds in pre with deuces. And he's run into queens. He's dominated and on the verge of being eliminated in 6th place.
Oh, boy. ICM or ICBM, because this just went nuclear. And the fallout is very likely to land on Rodin.
The flop is queen high. He's going to need running cards.
Running deuces.
Less than 1% equity. He is drawing super, super thin.
Jack 10.
And that is going to do it for today, unless he sees some miracle now on the turn and river. He's already taking off his own microphone.
Yeah, well, 99.9% of the time, he's right.
And it is all over on the turn. That is Grigory Rodin eliminated in 6th place. Cashes for 209,000 euros. Stop the clock. We're done for day 5.
No filter, mister.
We need some players to come back tomorrow, other than Jon Kite, who's now got 23 million chips.
Pretty wild. No two final tables are the same. This one is outrageous.
Rodin cashes for more than 200k, gets his phone back. We're going to need a bigger bag for that stack.
We quite literally have to stop the count.
We're going to have to play out the last 26 minutes of level 29 tomorrow with a 5-handed final table kicking off at 1 p.m. Central European time. And Jon Kite has a significant advantage at that final table.
Really? And tomorrow, please be there at 12 o'clock. Close everything and we start at 12:30. Okay.
You have I'm going to be looking up my 12 big blinds.
12 big blinds for Porrick O'Neill, who, by the way, just laddered to the tune of 60 grand.
Yes, I was the only big band. Yeah.
C'è qualche corona che devo
Lucky.
Non mi funziona la carta.
2x or something?
What a day.
Oh, that's why they want us to finish, because it's cheaper in 5K. Yeah. So cheaper is tomorrow.
Good to see a smile on Xiao's face.
Yeah, tomorrow we play 75 150, 75 125.
So we don't need the 5 anymore, right?
Chip race, yeah? Chip race, guys, give me the 5K. Yes.
Sometimes there's just a disgusting cooler to end things
It's 50-100.
earlier than you thought.
Why would there be a chip race? Don't we need the 5Ks for the 60k, 120k blind level?
You sure it's not 61?
Oh!
Level 30 is 6120.
30, 60.
This Kite, nothing gets by him.
125.
Anyway, whatever domination chips
150?
he has tomorrow, he has a lot of them.
We're not going to make it to that level.
Kite will come into the 5-handed final table with 22.8 million, 228 big blinds. I mean, normally you'd be looking at Cheng Zhao going 8 million chips, 81 big blinds, but no,
nope.
that's nothing in comparison. Umberto Ruggieri, 34 bigs, shallow. Adam Wagner, 27 big blinds, shallower. Porrick O'Neill, 12 big blinds, short. It's going to be an interesting dynamic. It could be a very interesting, hey, might go the distance. It might last longer than an hour tomorrow.
Who knows? I mean, look, Kite doubles up Zhao, and now we've got two very deep stack players getting heads up.
I referenced the fact that there was a ladder for O'Neill, now guaranteed 271k, 353 for fourth, 459k for third, 643,000 euros for the runner-up, €1 million for Jon Kite. I mean, for the winner tomorrow, the champion of the EPT Prague main event. Yes, Kite may be the favorite going in, but Joe's not wrong. Maybe his good run comes to an end tomorrow. Maybe we do see a few double-ups. Maybe we see things even out. Make sure you're with us for the final table tomorrow. And make sure you're across everything that is happening here at EPT Prague. Check out the updates on the PokerStars blog. Check out the live updates on Poker News, not just from the main event, but from the high roller as well. Our focus tomorrow will be the main event, playing down to a winner. Join us on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels at 1 p.m. local time. That's 1 p.m. Central European time, the last day of the festival, the final table, every hand live and cards up. But from now, from the entire team here in Prague, from Joe Stapleton and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from Prague.